Yeah, they do. I can actually tell they got it right back. And I was like, the feedback was like, go home.
Good evening, I'm President Linda Cavazos. We're going to be doing a 30-second countdown, and we will start very shortly. Sorry, long day already. We haven't even begun the meeting yet, so thank you for your patience. Good evening again, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone today. I'm President Linda P. Cavazos. I call this regular board meeting of October 28, 2001 to order. The time is 5:08 p.m. I would like to remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. We are now going to have a flag salute and the presentation of colors will be led by the Western High School ROTC, Cadet Colonel Claudia Heralas, Cadet Colonel Chris Aguilar, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Isaiah Sanchez, Cadet Staff Sergeant Kingston Smith, and the instructor is Lieutenant Colonel Donnie Starling. Please rise.
Right. Face. Reset. Colors. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
colors. Left. Face. Forward. March.
You may be seated. Thank you. We thank Western High School. We always like to have our students here participating. We're especially grateful to the ROTC that are able to come out from the various schools. I'd like to welcome them. We are now going to move on to item 1.02, the adoption of the agenda. Trustee Ford will make the motion to approve the agenda.
Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda and addendum with the following changes. Reference material is provided for item 3.02, item posted pursuant to NRS 386.330, written request of 3 trustees, precision of the election of trustee Linda P. Cavazos as president.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Ford and looking for second, Trustee Guzman.
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustees, we have a motion on the floor.
Wanted to retire. Yet I am looking because I do not feel safe. And I do not believe that those in charge at many supervisory levels are actually enforcing or requiring the safety protocols. They are simply going through the motions, paying lip service to it, but not taking the actions necessary to ensure the safety of students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tampa. Sarah Conroe. After Sarah Conroe, Delilah Schultz, and Camila Bywaters. Also, too, I do want to remind students, if there are any students that are here for public comment on either agenda items or non-agenda, I realize that you don't have school tomorrow, but I do still want to be, cognizant of you being here to speak. So please let me know if there are students in the room, and I will give you some consideration to be able to come up to the front.
Say something about that guy's name. Security guard by the translator.
I'll see what I can do. Okay. Hi. Sarah Comer for the record. Hot mess does not begin to describe what is happening here in Clark County School District. From the students practically begging for a connection to the school community, to teachers and support professionals drowning and piled on work and duties, to site admin trying to make it all work with what little information and support they are given, to a superintendent who makes knee-jerk reactive decisions instead of proactive leadership. We are floundering, we are drowning, and we are not okay. And much like my daughter's IEP team, when she speaks up about her needs, it seems like you are not listening. Throughout tonight, you are sure to hear about the failings of CCSD. I look around the room and I see angry parents, frustrated staff, fearful and stressed out students, and I see the same feelings up there on the dais. I get it, you're in a pandemic too, but that is not enough of an excuse. It just isn't anymore. The petty nonsense that is going on up on that dais is distracting you all from your job. And so my 9-year-old daughter Delilah is here, more mature than all of you put together, to advocate for herself. She proudly decided what she wanted to talk about and what she would say. And as her mother and as a teacher myself, I want to echo her statements and amplify her voice. I hope you are listening. As a district, we are failing our students with IEPs. We always have been slightly wonky, but now we are blatantly and outright failing them as a district. I mean, we are dropping the ball for all of our students and staff, but our most vulnerable groups are feeling it the most. Bringing some solutions and ideas to the tables, keep in mind none of these are whole and complete. We should increase pay for special education teachers. This will entice more SPED teachers to come to CCSD and or stay in CCSD. The more we have, the lower the caseload, the more time they can spend with each student. We should create an IEP self-advocacy program where students with IEPs are encouraged to participate in their IEP from a young age, increasing their understanding of the supports and services they get, making them more likely to use them and more likely to be successful. Provide meaningful, sad face.
Thank you, Ms. Conroy, and thank you to your daughter for being here also. Delilah Schultz? Oh, I'm sorry, she's doing a separate comment. Though.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yes, sorry about that.
You can start, please.
Delilah Schultz for the record. I am 9 years old and I am in the 4th grade. I love art, reading is my best subject, blue is my favorite color, and I am awesomely autistic. Because I am autistic and I have an IEP, that means I am a special education student. Special education in CCSD is so-so at best. There's some really nice education teachers and helpers, but there's also a lot of problems. One of these problems is schools not following all the accommodations that I need. And I read an article in class yesterday that talked about a lot of kids with autism and other disabilities that don't talk much or at all. They have a hard time communicating. It makes me think to myself, if I am able to clearly advocate for myself and my IEP is not being followed, what about all those kids in CCSD that are not able to advocate for themselves? I bet their IEPs are being followed way worse than mine. Dr. Jara and CCSD, you need to stop using COVID as an excuse of you not doing right by special education kids like me.
That's for later.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much, Delilah. Camille Ballwater, Hannah Tomra, and Jane Kavinsky.
Good afternoon, Camila Bywaters, Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators. I am talking about redistricting. I want us to make sure that in light of all this chaos going on, that we do not forget about the redistricting process. We, the community, were told that the trustees were facilitating the redistricting process. So when we think about facilitating that process, that means to us, you're guiding it, you're leading it, you're giving recommendations about how the map should look. So We were hoping that we would see maps that presented more equity. However, the 3 maps presented were nothing slight of gerrymandering. This was your process that we were told you were facilitating. The Superintendent Jara and his staff did not represent you, okay, did not represent you as equitable, justice-moving people. I ask you to think about that. I'm not okay with you all being represented in that way. Are you? We're asking for you to really ponder on that and think about who is representing you. We're hoping that we will have some new maps that are more equitable and that also include communities of interest. Again, the process that you facilitated, that you trusted Superintendent Jara and his staff to represent you well, was an epic fail. We see you, because it was your facilitated process, as people who dilute Black and brown voices. And one trustee even said the maps were perfect. I'm not okay with that. Are you?
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Hannah Conroe, Jamie Kavinsky, Nicholas Fettel. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hannah Comer for the record. It is no longer a surprise that the district is short when it comes to support staff. But what are we doing to entice more people to want to come work for the district or stay in the current positions they have? Nobody is going to want to come to work for a district that has poor communication, pays poorly, and shows lack of respect for their employees. Let's talk about strategists and substitutes. Strategists are being used to cover all classes at the elementary school level. They are barely able to carry out their own jobs because they have to cover class after class. This would not have been the case if we had substitutes. Many people came to meetings for years telling you to give them benefits, to pay them better. But again, you ignored our pleas, and who is suffering? The students and staff. I'm asking for you to listen to what people are saying at these meetings so that we can improve this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Jamie T. Here she is. Nicholas Fidel and Vicki Cardell.
So I have to say the pronunciation was perfect tonight. So.
Good to see you. Glad I'm improving. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome to what I'm sure is going to be a long night for some of us. I actually thought about bringing a blanket for optimal comfort. So Jamie Tedrinsky for the record, the first of many times tonight. I often speak about culturally responsive teaching and why it is important. I have thousands of years of history to pull from, and even events that happen in this community and in this boardroom to pull from ignorant people who don't understand science to those who think in 2021 it's okay to make comparisons to the Holocaust and Nuremberg laws. But let's talk about what really matters here, the kids. And I am so proud of my kids. 2 of you, Trustee Cavazos and Guzman, got to meet some of my kids this week as they tackled the challenge of drawing redistricting maps. I remind the board that all the trustees present at the last meeting were invited to this. They took their skills learned in geography and their skills learned in their political policy class to join the community conversation. And that is culturally responsive. And what I want the people assembled here to know. My kids understand what is happening in their communities and in their schools and in this boardroom, because this is the kids' boardroom. Too many people, including some of you on that dais, have lost sight of it. Some of you, I don't think, ever had sight of it. The Breakup CCSD group will claim that culturally responsive teaching doesn't belong in the classroom. And to that and to their leader, Jenny, I say their hate and ignorance doesn't belong. Our students belong where all the decisions are being made in culturally responsive classrooms and school districts and boardrooms. And the kids understand cultural competence, and it's a damn shame so many adults don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Nicholas Fidel? Is he here? All right. We'll go ahead and move on. Vicki Cardell, Lorena Cardenas, Norma Skurlock, Sean Navarro.
Vicki Cridell for the record, second grade teacher. I've stood before you many times to tell you how many of your educators are just done. Since that time, I've seen nothing get any better. In fact, if anything, things have gotten worse. What's causing us stress is the combination of everything, but to put it simply, when you have to teach during COVID, but nothing is taken off your plate, instead, things keep being added to make the job feel impossible. As a veteran teacher, I thought I could handle it. I mean, I taught during my own personal life crisis and survived. I believed I could figure things out. Well, I was wrong. So even though I have an amazing administrator this year, my job is killing me. We have all the normal duties and expectations plus COVID things, so we keep everyone, including ourselves, well. We still have to do SLGs, and there's an increasing district mandates and expectations to deal with. And on top of that, most days we have 0 subs. None. I couldn't even take a day off without knowing the added stress it would put on my colleagues at my school. You might say, oh, it's just stress. But stress like this can kill you. I have an autoimmune disease, and the extra pressure we face this year has sent me into a flare. It's miserable, and it's painful, and it makes everyday life very difficult. So I literally give everything I have to my students every day, and I have nothing left for myself. It doesn't have to be this way. There are districts that are making tangible efforts to lighten the loads of educators, where our mental and physical health matters to leadership. Why don't you care about us? You need us, so why not do things to make our lives easier, not harder? I think that is the question everyone should be asking. Why is CCSD leadership treating us this way?
Thank you, Ms. Cardell. Lorena Cardenas, Norma Sturlock, Sean Navarro, and Sven Davis.
My name is Lorena Cardenas. Good times. In the words of Superintendent Jara, the email read, "No one will be allowed in our board meetings without a mask. You must wear a mask to enter our board meeting tonight." And then he goes on to say, "Good times. Maybe this strategy will limit public comment." It's a strategy to you? It's all a joke to them, folks. It's a disgusting mockery. You make $320,000 a year, but you have to take from a wellness allowance to pay for a $2,400 exercise bike? Who was the bike really for anyway? And a month before, a $17 million deficit forced schools to make budget cuts. You need to get out. You don't deserve to be here making decisions for our kids. As for Linda Cavazos, who calls us insurrectionists, disruptors, who hashtag stay home in tweets addressing parents, for a family therapist, you really do know how to be an agitator. We're not disruptors. We are parents who are disrupting what you're doing wrong. Stop masking our kids, for the love of God. Did you know statistically they're more likely to die in a car crash on the way to school? Why not have them ride in helmets then? To force our children to breathe through a hot, moist, dirty cloth over their mouths all day is downright cruel. Where's your conscience? While politicians gather in parties, hundreds of thousands gather for sporting events, but it's the little ones you want to torture, restricting their oxygen. Parents, please pull your kids out at least as a temporary measure to stop this abuse. If you don't stand up for your child, no one will. It won't be them. I bet you they wouldn't even mask their animals all day. And the worst is still to come with the vaccine rollout. As if this wasn't bad enough, you're a Board of Education obsessed with fear-mongering over a virus that has treatment and obsessed with racism as if we're living in the Jim Crow era. We have had a black president. We have come a long way. Why not focus on that? As your hero, the late Supreme Court Justice Ginsburg once said, "It's very hard for me to see how you can have a racial objective, but a non-racial means to get there. Children do not see color. You do. And you're failing in your leadership because you rather focus on being activists."
Thank you, Ms. Cardenas. Please make sure to wear your mask while you're in the room. Norma Sturlock, Sean Navarro, Sven Davis, and Belinda Lamb. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Norma Spurlock.
Security. Excuse me, can you hold on just one moment while it calms down a little bit so we'll be able to hear you? We have security. Could we please have one security person in here in front?
Sorry.
And one security person
Sorry, I
here.
have freedom to breathe oxygen. I'm enjoying my freedom to breathe oxygen. Stop the abuse on
on children. Stop the abuse on children and all these ignorant teachers.
So we can hear the next speaker, please. And this is, Ms. Cardenas reminded me that we do need to remind everybody that, you may take off your mask if you need to when you are at the podium, but you do need to keep your mask on the whole time that you are in this boardroom. Thank you. Ma'am, please go ahead, and I apologize for the delay.
Our schools are at 26% proficiency in math and English. The Dems have brought Marxism to the state of Nevada. Marxism is anti-God, anti-American, and anti-family, and they are pushing radical ideals and theories, including CRT, SEL, and the anti-racism agenda. The truth is, all men are created equal. They are using praxis to mold our kids into radical social warriors. Under this same agenda, our new grading system, for one, replaces being equal with equity. Missing assignments, no problem. Attendance, no problem. Participation, they don't care. All the normal things don't count. What happens when our kids get out of school? They can't do math well enough to even count money. They can't even read past the 4th grade level. My daughter graduated last year. Her best friend failed 12th grade because she couldn't read past the 3rd grade level. So they let her take a few tests and bam, she graduated from 12th grade. Amazing. Let's promote equity and anti-racism instead of hiring more teachers, better math, reading, science, and American history. Let's buy really expensive buses and clean schools with their special equipment instead of spending it on education of our children. I'd like to see all the parents who come here for the anti-racism agenda show up for their kids' education instead of the radical ideas. We want what's best for all of our kids. School is about education and not indoctrination. We are the parents. We decide what's best for our kids. Why was my child forced to fill out a pronoun card? Why does her teacher not call her by her name? Stop the indoctrination. We want education, not indoctrination.
Next speaker, and I have just been reminded to check again for students. I see Winston Desiree Rodriguez. Are you here tonight? She is here. I've already called Sean Navarro, Swin Davis, and are you Belinda? Yeah, okay. After Belinda, where is Desiree? Okay, right in front of me, of course. Are there any other students that are here for public comment? President Cavazos?
What about parents that are here with younger children?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Cavazos, if we are going to ask Ms. Cardenas to leave, Ms. Gerlach also is not wearing a mask.
Where is she seated?
Not to wear a mask. I brought my doctor 6 years.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman, for that. So what we're going to do, please hold on a moment so that everybody's clear on what's going on. We started at 5:13. We normally have been doing about 20 to 30 minutes. That would be 5:43. In order to accommodate the students and also the parents with young children, I do have the discretion to extend it to 40 minutes because we do have a long agenda with many important items. I cannot at that time go further than 40 minutes. So anybody that's left on 2:01 will then be moved to 8:01. And again, I got asked a question about the agenda items. As each agenda item comes up, there is not a time delay on that. Each person is given 3 minutes, and we go through everyone who has signed up on the agenda items. So I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Navarro, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening. For the record, my name is Sean Navarro. I use he, him pronouns. President Cavazos, Superintendent Jara, members of the board, hello again. I'm coming for y'all today as a concerned community member, so I like to joke I'm a school board guy now, and as a proud member of the Las Vegas Democratic Socialists of America. It's been an eventful week for this body, but then again, every week seems like it's been pretty eventful lately, but this one especially so. Just real quick, I want to express solidarity with our educators, because for one, they're amazing. I always want to talk about how great they are. But also before I really get into it in this meeting, I know a lot of people are here to talk about a lot of different things. And shout out to Comrades and No Racism 1865 for the great anti-racism bill. I want to ground us a little bit and kind of remind us why we're here. And that's to create the best schools possible in Clark County. And I truly believe that starts with our educators. Educators who feel that they have a space where they can do their job properly, they're given the tools to do their job, where they're properly compensated and have good health care. I know there's been some movement on new contract for teachers, and that's great. But there's still so many different crises that our educators are dealing with. Issues with their health care, with oversized classes, teachers leaving, COVID. Our support staff are woefully underpaid and underappreciated for the very important jobs that they do, solidarity with them. And there's such a tremendous morale problem with our educators. They feel like they've been abandoned and fend for themselves. And I really don't know why every elected official, every media outlet is not here just screaming about what's going on with the educators and the dire conditions they have to work under. Our educators desperately need broader community support. And I just want to remind the board about the tremendous task and responsibility that you have been entrusted with. And I know there's a lot of different kind of things going on, but your words, your actions, they mean so much. They send such a powerful message to our educators who are going through a lot. And please kind of remember that as you kind of go about your day. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Solidarity now forever with our educators.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Appreciate it. Susan Davis, and then Belinda Lambs, and then we're going to go to the students and the parents.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sonia Davis, spelled S-U-Y-N-N. I am a grandmother of 20 students and 2 great-grandstudents who have been in Nevada since 1980. My students were some of the students that went to Green Valley High School back in the 90s when they first started allowing students to go from district to district. My students went to Green Valley High School and graduated in 1994, 96, and 1998. While they were at that school, they were made to feel like they were not a part of that community. But the community went to North Las Vegas to get them to come. So when you talk about racism in school, if you don't know what you're talking about, please don't talk. If you know what you're talking about, open your mouth and speak. The reason why things stay the way they are is because nobody wants to tell the truth. We're all sitting here as adults, and there are some young children here, and they're watching to see if we're liars. They're watching to see if we tell the truth. They're watching to see how we act. We tell our children about how to act in school, but they're acting up here, y'all got some Emmys coming, some Grammys coming. Because what you're discussing has nothing to do with the betterment of the schools and what's going on. When you talk about racism, if you don't know what you're talking about, ask me. I'll tell you. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut, but I moved to Las Vegas. I didn't move here because somebody made me. I'm a United States veteran. I served this country where I did not always have rights. But today I got a right to speak up, and I'm speaking about racism in the school district.
It's Ms. Lambs, right?
Yes.
Am I the right person? After Ms. Lambs, Desiree, do we have any other students here?
How do I follow that?
Just read. And then we have parents. We do have students? Okay.
Parent of a student, I don't know if that counts.
I'm sorry?
Parent of a student, I don't know if that counts.
Yes, I was going to go with the students themselves first, and then with the parents that are here with the students. So Ms. Lambs, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Belinda Lambs. I used to be one of those people who trusted that our elected officials would do the jobs for which they were elected. I thought they actually wanted to represent all of us who live in the county and pay our taxes. My naive perspective would have continued had the issues of the day not become so glaringly obvious. People's rights are being stripped in the name of safety. We can argue science all day long, but can anyone tell me what happened to common sense? How does it make sense that in the name of safety, you require our children to wear self-suffocating medical devices or not be allowed to receive an education? How does it make sense that my friend's 6-year-old son, who has a pulmonary embolism, should be forced to wear a mask at school after she repeatedly told him told them of his condition, yet he comes home from school every day wearing a mask that his teacher forced him to wear. Does she as a parent, not have the right over her child's health? How does it make sense that in the name of safety, you trample on the rights of the teachers and staff by coercing them to inject an unproven substance into their bodies or risk losing their careers and livelihood? We have repeatedly asked you to do the right thing and would love it if you did, but instead, you disregard our voices and continue to pursue your COVID-19 agenda regardless of truthful science or just plain common sense. Does everyone here know that all political power is inherent in we the people, not the government, not the elected officials, not this board? We the people will not stop until you are removed and replaced with trustees that we can trust, who are willing to do what is right. Tonight, I am serving this board with a notice of maladministration.
Seriously.
Thank you. Desiree, and then after Desiree, and then we'll get to the parents with the children. Okay. And if there are any other parents that are here with young children, again, I want to be respectful of your family schedules and everything to be able to get home. So go ahead, Desiree.
Good evening, Jara, Board of Trustees. My name is, good evening, Jara and Board of Trustees. My name is Desiree R., and I am a CCSD student. I've spoke up here many times before, and I'm here again to talk about something that I'm very passionate about. Today, specifically, I'll be addressing CCSD PD, Clark County School District Police Department. According to the CCSD 2020 through 2021 amended final budget, millions were spent on school resource officers, known as cops. According to the negotiated agreement between CCSD and Police Officers Association of CCSD, and the negotiated agreement between CCSD and Police Officers Association of CCSD, all equipment required to be worn will be provided to officers and will be property of the school district. This includes semi-automatic handguns. These agreements were originally signed by Lola Brooks and Jara in 2019. And in addition to that, according to the division and departmental operating budget, school police and security operate under Superintendent Jara. Teachers, community members, and students, we need your support in reallocating these funds. As a student in your school district, I firmly believe that having campus security guards have no benefit to my education whatsoever. This is not a defund the police argument. This is a support student services. Your staff are being overworked and without proper compensation. Do not neglect our voices. Consider for a moment how your students feel, considering all of this chaos that we've been mentioning tonight. Look us in the face and consider these concerns. Your students are demanding that you focus on their needs rather than funding the school-to-prison pipeline. The school-to-prison pipeline is the process of criminalizing youth that are carried out into disciplinary policies and practices within schools that put students into contact with law enforcement. Failing public schools are the cause of a system like this, and the result is nothing better. What happened to the money that came from legalizing marijuana in 2017 that was supposed to go to our school district? Racism is very present in the Clark County School District. Hashtag fund education, not incarceration.
Thank you. Are there any other, are there any other parents of young children that were on the public? And you can go ahead and line up. Okay, and then after that, we would go to Quincy Williams, Tyler Smith, and Olivia Smith, and I think that would be, according to my calculations, where we need to cut off. I'm not sure. Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Diana Batista for the record. I just wanted to talk a little bit. I know that I've been before the board before about ELL. I have been sitting in IEPs. I know that there's been some progress as far as parents being provided their parental rights in Spanish. However, we're still seeing a continued issue with regards to draft IEPs not being provided to parents in Spanish, IES reports not being provided to parents in Spanish, also CCF forms regarding waivers and a variety of things. I was in an IEP this week, and the parent was unable to meaningfully participate because of these issues. So what the staff have told me essentially is that this is, their hands are tied, and I know that it probably stems from the top. I just would like to see us get better about these things. It's very difficult for a family to give informed consent and parents to meaningfully participate in these IEPs when they're not given their draft copies of, their drafts, IEPs, and a variety of things in their native language. Parents, above all else, as far as CCSD is concerned, should be the first ones to know what is on that document. And they're instead saying, sign that you agree to it first and we'll get it to you 3-4 months from now. The problem with that is CCSD has been known, and I have witnessed it firsthand experience, has been known to give copies of drafts or finalized documents that have been changed after the parent has agreed to things, and it sets the district up to some liability issues as far as due process is concerned. I know that I've talked to Mike Barton before, who's in the audience, about this. I do appreciate that there has been some corrections made as far as parental rights, but there are still some other things lingering that have been an issue, and I would like to see more done about this, just so that the parents have these documents in front of them in their native language. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tuesday. Please state your name for the record.
Ruth Lariano for the record.
Thank you.
Superintendent Jara, you were wrong in your email. You will not limit public comment by requiring masks, as you indicated to Russell Klein on August 12th of this year in the first released email of many to come by the way of the Freedom of Information Act. You know why? Because parents will guard their children with their own lives. So any parent feeling their child will be experimented on and potentially injured with no benefit to the child will always stand up on behalf of their child. You cannot stop that. In light of the FDA's support to greenlight the vaccine for our babies, despite the overwhelming evidence that it is not warranted and poses a major health risk to healthy children, I hereby make a public request that there is no mandate for COVID-19 vaccines on behalf of all parents who choose to decline the vaccine for their children as a matter of right. You nor anyone else up here is our private doctor or a guardian of our children. By the way, that goes for the CCSD staff mandates as well. If you want it, get it. If you don't want it, no one should be allowed to force it. And if you do, you are proving that this is a politically motivated move. The Las Vegas Sun article dated today defining a board member as right-leaning is further evidence of that. God forbid anyone actually wants to protect people's right to make their own medical choices. And if you do mandate it and children are injured or die, I hope anyone who votes in favor of it is personally sued and ultimately liable. One last thing, take the masks off our kids and let them play with each other and on the playgrounds. Parents who want them on their kids will send them with their masks. They suffer more with them than they do without them. It's time to stop being followers and start being trailblazers instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lariano, I'm sorry, I want to be sure I have your name straight. Go ahead, please state your names for the record.
James Bayless. My name's Ian Bayless. I'm here to address the IEP program, and as far as my son's been in the IEP program since he's been with CCSD. It's been violated on many occasions. The fact that, like, since the 4th grade he's had an aide, no one's ever been there. They lie to me, say they go. He's been assaulted. He was sexually assaulted on campus, and multiple assaults. Every time I called the school to get an information, I got child services at my door 6 times in 3 years, and none of them stuck. It was all bogus allegations. They got me kicked out of my home. The VA set us up for housing. They got me kicked out of that, all because I was looking into a sexual assault that happened in elementary school. And a lot of people ignored it. I reached out to everybody under the sun. If they had a CCT logo, I tried to talk to them. I didn't know about you guys, though, the trustees. And a few of you, we actually know people on first name basis. So I would hope that since I've been dealing with this for so long, if you ladies would please help me. You would like to say something on your behalf, guys?
Hello, my name is Ian Bayless. I was at Foothill High School, and I was supposed to be with somebody that used to walk me through the halls. And they did not do that, so I got jumped by a bunch of gang members. And I basically wasn't, and I was in the school line about them walking me through the halls and everything, but they weren't. If they were, then how was I able to get jumped? And I just don't know what to do, because the day that I got jumped, I was in fear for my life. I didn't know what to do. And that is it.
He also, in due process, he has also been deemed not competent, even though after he was arrested.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bayless. Thank you very much for bringing us on. Tyler Smith, Elizabeth Smith, and I believe that's going to take us to actually our overtime limit that is going to be 40 minutes. Is that correct? Okay, all right. Are those folks here? I have Tyler Smith and Olivia Smith, and James Bayless is already gone. Okay. Quincy Williams, I accidentally skipped over. Is Quincy Williams here? All right, I just want to make sure that I'm not skipping over anybody. All right, Vice President Segura informs me that we are exactly at that. So everybody who is left on the advanced list, and we do have a large stack of non-agenda yellow cards here, they will be returned to under 801 at the end of the meeting. Thank you very much for your public comment. Do we still have members of the public that do not have a seat? I see some scattered ones here. Please have you find a seat. I believe that there are enough available. Thank you. Trustees, we are closing out 2.01, public comment on non-agenda items. We are now moving on to 3.01. Item posted pursuant to NRS 386.330, written request to 3 trustees, termination of employment contract. The contact person on this is our board counsel, Mary Ann Miller. And speaking with Ms. Miller, I am going to go ahead and make a short statement and then check in with her. And she has advised me on this, that due to the terminology of this, if you will look at your item here, it basically says, discussion and possible action on termination for convening to the Board of Trustees. We are going to hear the public comment again. If you are on an agenda item, it is 3 minutes, not 2 minutes. And we are going to hear everyone that is on the list, including the yellow cards. So at this time, I just want to state again that this is discussion and possible action. So we're going to go now to the advance notice. And if I could ask staff to please be cognizant if there are, because we do have staff in the room, and I do want them to stay in the room. But if you see a member of the public that does not have a seat, if you would consider staying in the room but giving up your seat so that somebody could have, a member of the public is able to sit down. Thank you. 301, we are going to start with Marine Nisus. And again, these are the people who have called in ahead of time. Go ahead, Ms. Nisus.
Good evening, President Cavazos, Trustee Superintendent Jara. During more than one work session, I have heard you discuss the process to evaluate the superintendent. So it makes me wonder, why is the superintendent's employment contract up for termination 6 weeks away from a formal and public evaluation? What has recently transpired that would warrant such action? In my opinion, this smells of something very political. The entire community has seen this board is divided over this issue, and every board meeting that comes up, the division plays out. This has got to stop. I have raised my concerns with this board about ethical issues and conflicts of interest of a particular trustee. To hear now that there are more allegations of an ethical issue regarding trustees, and then to see this agenda item appear, makes me ask, why? Why now? I believe those bringing this forward must be transparent and present to the public, to present to the public the reasons for this. I hope it isn't based on a disgruntled 6-month employee. While I have openly criticized Dr. Jara and the school district's handling of the return to in-person instruction, just as educators demand fair and objective evaluations, your single employee should have that same process. The superintendent should be evaluated on his performance, which should have a high standard and be transparent and public at the December 9th board meeting. Finally, it is disappointing that this is the first item on the agenda. There are many more important items to discuss, such as the anti-racism policy and contract negotiations. When will the focus be on student achievement rather than politics and personal agendas? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I'm going to call a few more names. Autumn Champa, Sarah Conroe, Delilah Schultz, Jim Frazee.
Autumn Tampa, speaking as an individual. In order to have trust, actions need to match words. Truth needs to be out in the open, and everyone needs to acknowledge that truth. In my career at CCSD, I have been targeted by coworkers, supervisors, and principals. Why? Because I was a union member. Because I spoke up when I saw an injustice occur with a student or employee. Because several coworkers thought I had a better position than they did. And sometimes someone targeted me as a favor to another supervisor who wanted me gone. I was even targeted by fellow union members during the ESCA Teamster battles. I tell you this because I believe terminating someone should not be taken lightly. It should not be done for political reasons. It should not be done for personal reasons. Nor should it be done to satisfy a person or group that someone reveres or is beholden to. There have been times when I have not liked decisions Superintendent Jara has made. There are other times I think his decisions have been courageous and farsighted for the true greater good of all. He stepped up during a historical and unprecedented world pandemic, getting Chromebooks out to hundreds of thousands of students. He facilitated creating an online learning plan in an extremely short time. He also worked with CCSD bargaining groups during the pandemic to address safety and employee concerns. Unfortunately, not all those in positions of authority have followed these protocols. Did he do a perfect job? No. But neither did any district anywhere in the entire world. Did students and staff have challenges and struggles? Yes, here and everywhere else in the entire world. Did he shut the schools down? Yes, under the direction of the governor. Did he reopen them? Yes, under the direction of the governor and at the suggestion of the current president. If Superintendent Jara is guilty of unethical behavior and actions, then he should be held accountable, maybe even terminated. If this is about differences of opinion, then this needs to be let go. I am asking all of you to please explain to all of us why you want to terminate Superintendent Jara or why you do not want to terminate Superintendent Jara. Please give details and facts. I would ask, could someone else have done a better job under the same political pressures from the governor and bargaining groups? Could someone else have done a better job with the constant pressure from so many different parent groups or from the teachers' bargaining agent protests? Could someone else have done a better job with all the trustee infighting? And I would ask, would someone else be able to do a better job moving forward in such a controversial and toxic environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Champa. Sarah Conroe, Delilah Schultz, Jim Frazee, Kamala Barwaters.
I'm going to go. Okay. All right. Sarah Conroe for the record. Earlier I didn't get to speak on the biggest mistake that the board has, so I'll speak about it now. It is not listening to people that matter the most, the people in the trenches, the people doing the work. An ex-principal recently said, quote, "I hope that the voices of the staff who are unwilling to speak for fear of retribution are heard. They have been quietly protesting, and you just need to listen to them," end quote. Take a real close listen to that. The staff who are unwilling to speak for fear of retribution. Today you will likely hear some that fall on either side of the decision you need to make tonight. And those that are on the side of maintaining Superintendent Jara's contract are not correct when they say that there is no abuse or retaliation. They are just lucky. They are lucky that they have not felt that fear or been impacted by it, as many of us do and have. And while I constantly have conversations where I'm being told to be careful when I come to speak, that I'm risking my job, my livelihood, the emails and messages and phone calls and texts that I get from CCSD staff that I've never met, from students from the past couple of years that have graduated and moved on, after every single board meeting, thanking me for speaking out because they can't themselves, or because they had a negative experience with CCSD due to Superintendent Jara, that makes the risk worth it. Really, we need to be asking ourselves, is what is the district climate and culture that we want? Maybe that's too broad. We're all moms, right? Then I want you to ask yourself, would I want my child to be in a classroom with the climate and culture that Superintendent Jara is creating in this district? Because climate and culture trickles down from the top, and it is seeping into our classrooms whether we want it to or not. There is only one logical answer. We need to find a superintendent that will cultivate the climate and culture district-wide that you want to see in the classrooms with your own children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conroe. Delilah Schultz, Jeff Raisley, Camila Bywaters, Hannah Conroe.
Delilah Schultz, for the record. I am a student at CCSD and I am not happy. Your job is to serve the students of CCSD and you are failing. CCSD, you are failing all your students, but especially your special education students and your students that have English as a second language and your students of color. This starts at the top. This starts at the superintendent, Dr. Jara. Does he need to be perfect? Nope. But we are all humans. But does he need to do his job? But he does need to do his job. But he is not. If he was doing his job right, maybe kids like me wouldn't have to keep taking CCSD to court to get a free and appropriate public education. But here we are.
Thank you, Diana. Jeff Raisley, Camila Bywaters, Hannah Conroe, Landon Myers.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent Jara, distinguished trustees. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee. I'm a high school teacher, and I also have the honor of being Vice President of CCA. This action is yet another example of some members of this board putting politics and their personal agenda before their duties to our students, their families, and employees of CCSD. The fact that you put the contract ratification for your educators and administrators last after this sideshow is testimony to that fact. Superintendent Jara, like any other employee, must be judged on actions, not personal agendas, on performance, not politics. You are about to set a chilling example and a dangerous precedent if you vote yes. No one who sits in that chair will ever pursue a bold vision with courageous action if at any moment on a whim, or in this case, an outside agenda, can pull the rug out from under them. This action sends a clear message to play it safe and don't take risks, regardless if it's needed or benefits children. Bold vision and courageous actions are not words I usually associate with Superintendent Jara. Let me be clear, I am not, and CCEA is not here to defend the superintendent. He should be judged on his performance in 6 weeks' time, as is the normal process, as is his right. Okay? And we will do just that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Camila Bywaters, Hannah Conroe, Landon Myers, Kevin Crowley. And if you hear your name called, you can go ahead and line up a few feet apart in the aisle.
Sorry, I'm holding everybody up.
No problem.
Camila Bywaters, President of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators. Contrary to popular belief, this is not about hatred for anyone. This is about results. The 3 words that I think can exemplify our experience in this past year: unity, excellence, results. Superintendent Jara has missed the mark in regards to unifying our community and being able to bridge the divide. I'm not going to sit here and say that it is easy to try to make everyone happy with all of our diverse thoughts, collective ideas. It's a hard job. It is a challenge. We understand that. But at some point, we need a leader who is able to courageously, effectively bridge that gap, connect with organizations such as Advocacy, who have a historical presence and history in our community. We follow education like white on rice. we know what's going on, and we're committed, and we care not only about historic West Las Vegas, but about the results of our children. Right now, the accountability report stated that one alarming number, 20% of our students are proficient in math, which means, when I just do simple calculation, I am a product of Clark County School District, about, let's see, 80% of the students, 80% of the students are not making the mark. These are the people who have to make decisions for us one day. We have failed them. Please do not allow your special interest to make decisions about our district and about our students. The RJ just reported in the paper that CCSD is failing minority kids. We don't care about what our leaders can do when everything's sunny outside. That's what you're supposed to do. When we go to do interviews, all of us up in here have done some type of interview. A specific question they ask you: what can you do when there's a challenge? What can you do when it's rainy outside? What can you do when there's a pandemic? What can you do when nobody agrees? Your leadership, your skills, who you are, the best of who you are, shines through when all hell is breaking loose. We do not have that. You have had an opportunity, Superintendent Jara, to prove to us. A lot of the things that have been started to go into motion have not been going into motion until Advocacy and a lot of organizations have started making noise. We need somebody who's going to shine when it's dark outside. And that's what we're looking for you to vote on tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Bywater. I have Hannah Conroe, but I believe you guys are students. Okay, can you state your name? Because I think Ms. Conroe was next, but I did say that also on agenda items, if we have any students, they are being given preference as far as being able to vote next.
They're not students.
So, okay, so we're going in order. I have Hannah Conroe, Landon Myers, Kevin Queller, and Renee Remo. But if you are a student, please let me know, or if you're a parent of children. Okay, go ahead.
Hannah Comer for the record. I wrote this really long speech, but then I was like, I don't really want to get fired as we have a retaliation problem in this district. So I'll just say, I hope for a district where the superintendent is open to new ideas brought to them from the public as well as the board. A superintendent that teachers would feel comfortable suggesting ideas to without being belittled or retaliated against. And unfortunately, that is not the case with the superintendent we currently have. And it speaks volumes that so many people are afraid to speak up. And I'm one of them, sort of. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Landon Myers? And then Kevin Queller. And I'm sorry, I got that sequence mixed up. I apologize.
Hi. My name is Landon Myers, and I struggle with the disease of addiction. This man right here has seen me grow from struggling to shining. I am currently the peer recovery specialist at Mission High School, but prior I was a student and just graduated in 2021. And yes, Dr. Jara was at my graduation. He has seen me since I was a sophomore and has told me that when I finish my training that he will hire me with the district. Dr. Jara recently gave me a challenge coin that meant the world to me because every day I struggle with the disease of addiction. But he sees me. This man's character is beautiful to me. Every time I speak with him, he looks me in my eyes. Recently, he allowed some students to share their story, and it didn't matter how long it took. He sat and listened. I have seen him really care about this school when the others from CCSD didn't. He suited up and showed up supporting us. I hope that you see what I see, a big boss that sits with humility and concern listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Myers. Kevin Queller, Renee Remo, and Vicki Cradell, Bonnie Taylor.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Cuellar. I'm from Mission High School,
and I suffer from the disease of addiction. I'm here to talk about Dr. Jara and how he's a great person, shown love and support to our school. He's shown great interest in our school when others have not. When we talk, he listens and he hears our stories as he sees us. He remembers us, and he doesn't judge us for the fact that we are addicts, but instead sees us as teens and kids gone down the wrong path. And he supports our school to get back on the right path. He gives us hope when others didn't. And when others shunned us, he opened a path for us. He's given so many support and listened to our stories and shown great compassion to us all at Mission High School. And it would be really sad if I saw him go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Thank you. Renee Romeo, Vicky Cardell, Bonnie Taylor, Sylvia Lazarus.
Hello, my name is Renee Rimmel. I am the drug and alcohol counselor at Mission High School. Personally, I don't know the politics behind the actions being presented, but what I do know is that from the very first time I met Dr. Jara on campus at Mission High School, he has demonstrated the utmost respect and concern for our students. In our program we talk about principles before personalities. And because of that, I contemplated not speaking on behalf of Dr. Jara. However, I have two beautiful, one graduate and one student, who had the courage to come up here and share and let you know what Dr. Jara means to Mission High School. So as trembling as I am and nervous, I'm here to support Landon and Kevin. So Dr. Jara's interaction with Mission High School has been a great attribute for our students. I like how he listens to their history and engages himself so that they feel his compassion and love instead of stigma of addiction, not worth it and not good enough. Because of Mission High School, we have had 34 graduates who may have died or never walked across the stage of graduation. I'd like you to know that we're wearing these red tie-dye shirts for Red Ribbon Week. And what Red Ribbon Week represents is a drug, alcohol, and tobacco prevention awareness campaign observed in every October of every year. It began as a tribute to a fallen DEA special agent in 1985. And so through this week, because of Mission High School, we've been able to teach our students education and to have fun and to have several speakers come in. We had some community partners that came in and made a meal for our students today. And I want to thank you for that opportunity for me to serve at Mission High School to our wonderful students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Vicky Cardell, Bonnie Taylor, Sylvia Lazarus, Amanda Sandoval. Oh, I'm sorry. Diana, you do have children here, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Diana Batista for the record.
Go back and forth between the list. And
No, that's okay. I understand. You have a difficult job. I just want to ask clarification really quick, too. Is this for just 3.01 or 3. All of the consent agenda?
no, this is just for 3.01.
Okay, sure. No worries. So I want to talk about the one reason why at this point I'm not looking for Dr. Jara to continue in CCSD. I spoke before the board probably about a month ago regarding this little boy right here who has been through some really severe situations in CCSD, who's been abused at the hands of your staff members. And we have come to an agreement with CCSD regarding due process back on September 16th. But the one and only thing that is at this point in time, the reason why we cannot move forward is because of those public policy violations. I've emailed your staff. I've talked before the board over and over and over again about the fact that these do not belong in this arena. It is a public policy violation, and you have state actors at this point that are going to be held accountable. You have Luke Kushnig, who I'm sure is very well versed on that information here. This child cannot be in school until you fix the problem. I've emailed you. You've not emailed me back. I've asked for communication. You've not communicated back to me. And here we are now on Monday going to move forward, and we're going to waste taxpayers' money over $100,000 plus to go to hearing over this case because you won't remove the public policy violations from your records. So because of that, I'm going to welcome everybody at this point in time. Add me on Facebook. It's already public knowledge at this point. It's going to be online. I welcome everybody to attend at this point, but because of that reason and because of your failure, you have oversight, direct oversight of Office of General Counsel. You are the head guy here. You're responsible for these employees, and you've not taken care of the problem. And because of that, I'm not in support anymore of Dr. Jara continuing in CCSD. Again, I welcome you to add me on Facebook or to share the post. It's public. It went public as of today, Monday morning, 9 a.m. My son will be at hearing with your CCSD. And at this point, I will tell you, you've lost already. Whether you go to due process and you waste $100,000 plus of taxpayer funds, or you remove it now, either way, we're going that direction. So because of that, I'm not going to continue allowing this to happen. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. Vicky Cardell, Bonnie Taylor, Sylvia Lazarus, Amanda Sandoval. And just to clarify, 3.01 today is not part of the consent agenda. It's a separate item. Go ahead, Ms. Cardell.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, and Dr. Jara. I'm Vicki Cardell, second grade teacher and president of NEA of Southern Nevada. Many educators are upset right now. In fact, this meeting would be overflowing, the crowd pouring into the street except for one word: fear. It's a very real thing in CCSD, this culture of fear. You see, your educators are acutely aware that if we speak up, we could be retaliated against. Under the leadership of Dr. Jara, some have experienced direct consequences speaking our truth. So even though our public testimony during a board meeting is legally protected speech, our reality is if we speak the truth, we know it could affect our job in a negative way. There are many types of cultures, classroom, school, and district, and as hard as we may work to create a positive classroom culture, a toxic school or district culture can cause damage to anything that we have built. Under this leadership, CCSD has become a toxic culture ruled by fear. Most of us don't feel safe. This fear is like a cancer that's infecting everything. People are leaving because of it. Others are planning to leave and planning their exit now. You're losing educators daily because of the toxic culture of this district. How do you treat a cancer? This will continue to spread and grow until we do something. Fear invades everything it touches. The only real way is to remove the source. Employees want to feel supported and trust their leadership. Tonight I'm asking the trustees to do what's right for everyone in CCSD. Your employees are counting on you to give us the best possible leadership. We want to do more than just survive this pandemic. We want a healthier district, one with leadership that we can admire and trust so we can thrive, not just survive. So please make the right choice. Put the welfare of the entire district first, before any loyalties, before any pressure from others, before any fear you might have. Do what you know is the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Cardell. Bonnie Taylor, Sylvia Lazarus, Amanda Sandoval, Callie Atkinson.
For the record, Bonnie Taylor. This on agenda item 3.0 needs an adjustment. The NRS code 386.330 is not the only code that Jara is in violation of. Jara was served an affidavit of maladministration on August 10th, and he's failed to respond to which is a result of a $1,000 a day fine until the complaints of the affidavit are resolved. He is in violation of his oath of office, the Nevada Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, and NRS codes 200.471 and NRS code 205.320, both are which are category B felonies. You can be charged with a felony. Be fun to see you in court. So if you aren't removed tonight, you probably will be. So I would consider packing up my desk. You're also responsible for a $200 million lawsuit against CCSD due to total incompetence and full ignorance, arrogance on your part. Mismanaged funds, a district that is ranked the lowest in the entire country. The entire country. That just befuddles me. And yet paid handsomely for basically doing whatever you please, including voting to mandate an EAU shot for all CCSD employees in spite of the 100+ people who protested and spoke out against it and walked off their jobs demonstrating that this is not what the CCSD employees want. Nothing is more self-serving than to ignore what the employees and the people desire, the freedom to choose. So I'm calling for you to step down, resign, save face, and save the board any more embarrassment, or we'll see you in court. Underestimate us. That'll be fun.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Rogers. Please, we don't want to take away from the time of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and trustees, I agree that the third time of dealing with this issue is tiresome, exhausting, emotionally draining, not just for you, but for the community and for the leadership of the community. And I think that I don't understand this plea that we think about this 6 weeks from now or think about it at some future time. Why don't we just make the decision today, make the decision for the community, and make the decision for children? I was in this room when Mike Barton put his name forward to be superintendent, and almost the entire room was in support of Mike Barton. There were 4 individuals here sitting over here like little lost sheep, which included myself, saying we need change. We need a superintendent who is strong and understands our children. And we advocated for change, and there were 2 finalists. One of them was Dr. Hada. I hosted a reception in my home for Dr. Hada. Over 300 people attended my home. Trustee Brooks, you are one of those people in my house, which I welcomed gladly. And my son said to me, I don't know about that guy, Mama. He doesn't seem to really listen to people. He seems to be like very much more into himself. Trustees, we need to move on. It is exhausting to continue to deal with situations where Dr. Hada is not listening, where he's not performing at a level that is adequate. To have the Review Journal agree with the Nevada Current is like an earthquake. But that is what we saw today. Why? The scores are so disappointing. Can we ever recover from African Americans being 3% competent in reading? As to the issue of stability, I ask you to think whether stability means that every week we have drama, a program being canceled, a special ed situation coming to litigation. We don't seem to have any systematic planning. As to the issue of the letter that was released an hour before today, this allegation that there was impropriety on the part of the trustees and that the cabinet supports the man who hires them and can fire them, all I can say to you is that termination for cause is not about due process. It's a decision on your part that it's time to move on. And I'm going to return again to the Review Journal, which the op-ed page is not necessarily a place where I always agree with, but their point was
Thank you,
move
Ms.
on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Sandoval, Kelly Atkinson, Sean Navarro, and Yvette Williams.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Sandoval, and I'm the Communications Director for Power to Parent. Our organization represents thousands of parents in Nevada. I'm also a mom and a concerned stakeholder in the current state of our school district. This past year has been most difficult. Our kids were kept home for almost an entire year. Many students failed their classes and failed to learn. The extent of the disastrous distance learning experiment last year is reflected in our proficiency scores in English and math. Among our African American students, 10.2 are proficient in English and 3.9 are proficient in math. Hispanic outcomes are not much better, at 15.7 and 7.4 respectively. As a Hispanic mother, this concerns me greatly. We are desperate for leadership. Our kids deserve more, and so do the taxpayers who elected the trustees and pay for every salaried CCSD employee in this room. Instead of leadership over this last year, we have watched distractions and diversions play out at every board meeting. President Cavazos and other trustees repeatedly undermine the superintendent and make it impossible for anyone to do their job. Tonight is another lost opportunity
to focus on how we recover from the last year because of another contract dispute, the third one this year. Enough is enough. We are not even through the first semester, and we're talking about a lengthy, expensive search for another superintendent. Dr. Jara's replacement would know nothing about the 5th largest district in the nation and what our real challenges are. We need leadership. We need Dr. Jara to stay and finish the job he was hired to do. We need to see some unity, maturity, and leadership on this dais. That is the only way we're going to make any progress in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. Before the next speaker comes up, I was just notified that our live stream is down and Vegas PBS is working on it. Ms. Crum, will let me know when we get that news. Okay, thank you. We have Kelly Atkinson, Sean Navarro, Yvette Williams, and Katia Sotelo.
Can I have my time up on the board?
It's not working there on the podium.
Yeah. Oh, it's right here.
Thank you. Right there. And you will get the warning like that on the live.
Okay, Kelly Atkinson, for the record, that's Adkison. I'm not entirely sure why this is even an agenda item. The simple fact is Jara has not taken an oath. Why is it that the Board of Trustees got to vote in Jara? Where is his oath? Now, we submitted that to you September 23rd. This states that Jara has not taken an oath. He's paid with public funds. Cindy, the lovely lady at the Board of Trustees office, she confirmed that for me as well. We're paying Jara nearly $500,000 a year out of public fund money. What is going on? I'm a taxpayer. I want my money back. Not only do I want it in lawful money, I want it in gold and silver, not legal tender. I don't want fiat. This requires an immediate termination. Not only that, but we also submitted affidavits of maladministration that stated the same thing to all of you. What is going on? People want to know. CCSD employees want to know. $777 million. What are you doing with that? You're not taking care of our children. Masks are abuse. You guys have to see that. None of these people want to be wearing their masks. This is a place of public accommodation, and yet you're enforcing something. It's against the Constitution. Why are we still standing here? Why are people still wearing masks? This is a place of public accommodation, and if you want to, great, wear them. This should never have been on the agenda. Jara, you have not taken an oath. And if you have, we can't find it. I'm going to go ahead and submit this again today, notice of maladministration. None of you can say you haven't received this. You have. September and now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. I do want to remind the audience, please, that we have to be fair to everyone. So please, with the clapping, I know I see some people and I hear some people that maybe are snapping fingers. That's fine, but the clapping just slows us down. And I appreciate that these are very high emotion items. I really appreciate cooperation on that. Sean Navarro, Yvette Williams, Katia Sotelo, Maria Teresa Lieberman. Is Sean left? Okay. Yvette Williams? Is she here? Okay, all right, she's not here. Hopkins Sotelo? Is she here? And Maria Teresa Lieberman, Annette Magnus, Tommy Henderson.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Katia Sotelo. I am a youth organizer and I'm here to represent the youth in our meeting we recently had in regards to it.
Can you lean a little closer into the mic?
In regards to so my name is Katia Sotelo. I represent the youth at Make the Road Nevada for YPP Youth Power Project, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our youth members that we recently spoke to get their opinions for 2 agenda matters today. So in regards to Jara, I have a quote here from one of our students, in which she said, "We have met with Jara in the past, but he has never answered our questions. He shifts the blame and doesn't seem to support removing pepper spray or police from schools. Most importantly, he only seems to meet with youth for publicity, rather than actually wanting to hear what they have to say." So that was one of our comments from one of our youth. This is why we are in support of terminating Superintendent Jara's contract. In regards to Board of Trustee President, Trustee Cavazos.
I'm sorry, Katia.
Yes.
That's going to be the next item, 3.2.
I know, but I have youth here that I have to go
sorry.
home. Yeah, and yeah, that's why.
At the pleasure of the board.
If I could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, go for it. And
Yeah.
we will adjust your time.
It's just they're all minors, so they have to go
fine.
home. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So Trustee Cavazos has been an ally to students and has taken personal accountability and initiative to create important changes at CCSD. Thanks to the leadership of President Cavazos, the voices of students are now prioritized at CCSD board meetings. I have a comment by some of our students that when our students express their concern for accessibility of board meetings, President Cavazos made sure to allow all students and parents to speak first at all future meetings. This was a critically important decision because beforehand, students would have to stay at board meetings for long hours until late at night on a school night to be able to share their comments to the public. Because of this, we are not in support of removing Trustee Linda Cavazos as a school board president. We encourage the board members to consider the aforementioned statements when making their decisions. We have a lot of youth that are getting ready to vote because they're turning 18 soon as part of our membership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you for your patience. Maria Teresa Lieberman, Annette Magnus, Tommy Henderson, Drayon Minor.
Good evening. My name is Maria Teresa Lieberman, and I live in District C, and I've been waiting for this time for a long time. Why? Because when I was a kid, I was an angry CCSD student. And I'm angry that now there's generations after me suffering with the same problems. Operational problems that have not been fixed. And I'm also angry because a few years ago, I worked with educators, support staff, and everything you're hearing hasn't gone on for a few days, a few weeks, a few months. They've been going on for years. This culture of retaliation, this culture of fear, this dictatorship has been going on for years, throughout all of Dr. Jara's tenure. So I'm here to say, basta, Jara, and I hope you all hold him accountable, because I wish that Dr. Jara had the same grace with his staff that he did with students that have problems with addiction. I hope you had showed them that same grace. You have people that have lost jobs, that have lived in fear. Show them that grace. And I hope that this Board of Trustees stands with the people, the support staff, the janitors, the secretaries, the teachers, the educators that make this run every single day, that live in fear every single day. And I hope you vote him out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lieberman. Annette Magnus, Tommy Henderson, Breon Miller, James Bayless.
record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. I am a constituent in District F, and I am an alumna of the Clark County School District. I am also the daughter of a Clark County School District support staff employee who serves at the same elementary school that I went to. She isn't here tonight because she is so afraid of retaliation by you all. This evening, I am here for her, but I am also here for every employee who calls me weekly begging our organization to help them because the leadership at the Clark County School District is failing them. I come here beyond angry. I come here ashamed. I am beyond disappointed in certain people in this body and in this superintendent. I've seen a lot of nonsense in my career, but the Jara dictatorship and tonight's antics take the cake. This action should have been taken years ago. I am here to tell you we are watching your votes on all of these issues tonight, and we will hold you accountable. I'm so mad. I know. The community is tired of Superintendent Jara's abusive behavior, of he and his supporters. This behavior starts at the top. That's why he needs to be held accountable tonight, for his actions and his lack of leadership. I am tired of hearing my mother cry up to me weekly about the way she is being treated, all while she collects couch pennies and is buying supplies for her kids out of her own pocket to make sure the school runs. She risks it all for this district because of those kids, because she loves them. I am tired of seeing critical programs like Miss Dolly's autism program being cut while administrators make money off our kids and our staff, using my taxpayer dollars for luxury exercise equipment and such. It's become clear many of you don't care, and it makes me sick. I ask you, end the contract with the superintendent tonight. He has mismanaged this district and disrespected people like my mother and every teacher, parent, student in the Clark County School District. We have had enough, and it is time to end this dictatorship. And it is time for all of you to do better because this entire district is in a downward spiral. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magnus. We're clapping, please. Tommy Henderson, Leon Ryder, James Bayless, James Garcia.
Good evening. I stand here at the podium confused. Why was this issue added to the agenda? What is the secret? Why are we caught in a labyrinth of lies and deceit? Aren't there more important issues to discuss? What is really going on? Why are we here? The board has met 3 times in the last 3 years regarding termination of your employment. What I do know is Nevada is last among 50 states. With leadership the likes of yours, it's no wonder. What I do know is the teachers and the support staff have been quitting in record numbers even before the vaccine mandate is enforced. There's been a tremendous upswing in the fighting in the schools. Redistricting madness, using mass warfare to keep the parents away. Look around, you'll see it's not working. There's currently more division among students than ever before. You are an ineffective leader. What have you done? I've seen you meet for photo ops, often with our governor. I've seen you discuss how to spend $700 million and how to mask our kids. I've seen you be abusive and intimidating. I don't know who you're getting your orders from. What I do know is you look down the end of your nose at trustees and parents. I have not observed you in a school setting, but I understand you do show up occasionally, most often as a subtle threat to any principal that may have spoken truth or crossed you. Look at the overall big picture. Things are out of balance. Big picture, 7 trustees, all women, 1 superintendent, an ineffective, insecure male. We are in the midst of a storm. We have looked to you for leadership to be the calm in the storm. You have failed us miserably. I strongly support the removal of Superintendent Jara.
Brian Minor, James Bayless, James Garcia, David Gomez.
Good evening. Permission to direct, is that okay? I'm not sure if it's okay for me to speak to him directly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bayless, you would be addressing the board.
As you wish.
Thank you.
So I just want to address basically, as I was from our other agenda, basically since at Fremont Middle School, when my son was arrested and everything else that happened with the bullying and everything else, I reached out to Mr. Jara's office and called multiple times and left voicemails to no avail. Brian Brill informed me that he spoke to Jara and that nothing was going to be done. I reached out to I guess you could say his pit bulls, and asked them for help. They wouldn't help. Called Metro. They won't help because the pit bulls won't help. And whenever you bring up any type of insurrections, you get child services at your door to make you decredible, so you have to worry. And you take your mind off of what you're trying to do and worry about saving your own butt. That's not fair. He's supposed to be protecting our kids, not himself. He has these guys not protecting kids, but protecting him. Because my kid was assaulted at Foothill. I pressed charges on the staff at that school. They would not file charges. Even though I had pictures, evidence, and witnesses, they didn't even speak to the witnesses. In court, I understand they're all under his jurisdiction. So that's child endangerment, child neglect, and child abandonment. Shouldn't that fall on him? If so, then he should be in cuffs. And Metro should come get him and not hide behind these guys. Because they won't touch him. That's their boss. Metro won't come to them unless they call him. So what do? This man shouldn't even be around a kid within 100 meters. Honestly, he should be set to a pedo standard. He should not be around a kid. It's dangerous. If he doesn't know how to protect him, he can't maintain him. He shouldn't have this job. Making $500,000 a year, he would think he'd buy an education. Go ahead.
Back when I was in elementary school in 4th grade, Mr. Jara said he would look into my sexual abuse. He never did. I'm in 10th grade now. We still haven't gotten no contact from him at all. Where's our contact? We want to know what's going on with my abuse. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to help us, or are you just going to let it be set? We want to know. That's it.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Did I skip over Brian Minor?
You did.
I'm so sorry. You're Brian?
Yes.
I'm so sorry about that. And James Garcia, David Gomez, Kelsey West.
Hi, my name is Brianne Minor Mitchell, and I am the president of the Nevada African American Administrators and Superintendents Association. First of all, we are an organization that focuses on the support of African Americans in leadership roles. This has a direct impact on student achievement, especially with our African American student groups. Research suggests that students of color or students who are from marginalized groups such as Black and or Latinx students have higher achievement rates when they encounter administration and teachers who identify with them. Our goal has been, with working with our superintendent, is to remove the barriers that have constantly kept our African American teachers from moving into leadership roles as we look at the data across the Clark County School District. We have started doing that work, and we have been very successful in doing that work. We have seen a large increase in African American principals leading schools. However, the work is so fragile, and we are aware that we need to do more. Our new principals need support and continued support as they face this pandemic, because they are the highest impact on all factors that lead to student achievement, which NAVASA and CCSD in collaboration have worked diligently in putting things together, such as the Howard Leadership Academy, which has close to 70% of the leaders of color of that cohort learning skills to improve student outcomes, particularly for our Black and brown students. We have also worked diligently to bring awareness and actionable steps in supporting equity work for our Black and brown students with the recent Equity Summit, and there is more to come. Our stance is that we need to focus on the real work. We really need to put our focus into student achievement and to not put our focus into some of the politics that's going on today. That's our stance, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meyer. James Garcia, David Gomez, Kelsey West. Diana has already gone on this, I believe. Diana, what you said? Okay, I'll mark you off. Is James Garcia here? All right.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes.
I'm looking at the list and my name's not on.
I'm so sorry. What is your name, sir?
David Jones.
I'm sorry?
David Jones.
It's on there. It's on here, sir. In fact, after Mr. Gomez, after Kelsey West, and then you are right, like the fourth from the bottom on here.
It's cut off.
Oh, it's cut off? Okay. I apologize for that.
But may I say something, please?
Sir.
I know it's on the list, but my son's been out in my car waiting for almost 2 hours now.
You are like about 4 minutes away, sir, and I apologize. David Gomez is not here. I saw him earlier. Here he is. David Gomez, Kelsey West, and then David Jones.
Wow. David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance. It's kind of hard to hear out there because they're too busy fighting in there about somebody with a flag on. Unbelievable. But some of these things that I'm looking at, you guys are so upset. I've been reading emails after emails between Lola Brooks, Linda Cavazos, Trustee Fords. I have a whole bunch of emails I requested. And it seems almost as if this is vindictive in some kind of nature. One person talking about it, they're sending it to Cepeda, so forth, and going back and forth, talking about WTF, which is kind of crazy to see trustees writing that. But I am going to turn it over to Dave Burns, all the emails, and wherever he's at, and I'm going to let him see everything that you guys are saying to each other about what's going on with Superintendent Jara. You know, you guys are just so upset because somebody won't do what you want them to do. In a business, sometimes that happens. They got to say no to you. They got to say no to a lot of people. People are complaining about lawsuits. Well, Pat Skorkowski lost a lawsuit against one of the ladies that they were harassing. It was like almost $3 million. Tig Segerboom was an actual attorney on that one. They don't talk about that, but they want to talk about $2 million here. What about the little kid that got hit by the bus? We lost money on. That was when Pat Skorkowski was here. I can go back to Walt. I can keep going back and back and back and back. But everybody wants to talk about money, talk about what they're doing and what they're not doing. But they only bring it up now because they can use it as an attack form against him. And you guys are over here fighting each other, battling each other, because he won't do what you want him to do. At times in my business, sometimes my employees know what to do better than me. And they tell me this is the best option. I'm like, are you sure? And they're like, yes, this is the best option. But here you are, just because we all sit at a table and everybody in this room won't eat pickled beets or hamburgers with whatever on it or chicken, am I going to kick them off my table and say you're not welcome at my table because you don't eat what I eat or you don't like what I like? You know, this is not the end of it, trust me. And I'm really good at what I do. And I've been doing this before this room was even filled with all these people because everybody was afraid to show up or too much time or too time out of their own life. In 2006, this room was empty. I sat in all these chairs. I just moved around just to move around because I got that bored. But you know what? At the end of the day, all the dirt that you guys have with each other, talking about this man in emails, is going to come out. So you better be very careful in what you do today. Very careful. Because I'm not going to stop at that point. These people are going to go back to work, go back to life. But I have my own money, so I don't have to follow their rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. The live stream is back up, but they're still experiencing some buffer issues, so I apologize for that. Just keeping everybody posted. Kelsey West, David Jones, Chris G., Brianna Martinson, Dr. S.S. Rogers.
Amen. Good evening. To our president, to our superintendent, to the trustee board. I stand this evening as an individual. For the record, my name is Kelsey Anderson West. To the trustees, I ask on this evening that you lead by example. Prior to COVID, I was volunteering in a school, urban school. And the school was that classroom was overcrowded. The teacher had lost control of that classroom. And there was a kid in that classroom who became disengaged. And so I started to stare into his eyes and I realized something was going on. He was being bullied by his classmates. I looked at his feet, I realized he needed shoes. So trustees, I did my job. I went to the principal, asked the principal to get in contact with his parents. I was able to get a consent letter. I bought the kid a pair of shoes. I did my job. That doesn't happen if I don't look into his eyes. I'm asking you trustees, don't stare into the eyes of each other. Stare into the eyes of our children. We are dependent upon you to lead like trustees, not Pharisees, not Sadducees, trustees. I'm also asking you to understand this. Years ago, when I would go to McDonald's and place my order, if my order was wrong, and I mean really wrong, I wouldn't ask the person on fries or the cashier to help me. I would talk to the person in charge. Well, I ordered a board that would lead by example. I ordered a board, amen, that would be visible in the community. I'm everywhere, and I don't really see you like that. So I'm asking you, lead by example. I know I can't talk directly to the superintendent, so I'm going to ask the board, whether you email it, tweet it, text it, whisper it, I just want you to get this message to the superintendent. In the village that raised me, taught me, they said when somebody do something nice for you, say thank you. So I'm asking you to tell the superintendent, I said thank you. Thank you for taking my calls. Thank you for meeting with me. Thank you for serving with me on the School Justice Partnership Program. Thank you for recommending me to serve on the Anti-Racism Policy Committee. Thank you for when I needed you to speak at my youth programs or to support my HBCU program, which, by the way, I've been taking students on colleges for 25 years, begging people to major in education and come back here and teach. Now I have students across the country saying, please don't ask me to serve in Las Vegas right now. Tell the superintendent I said thank you. Thank you for valuing my voice and seeing me as a trusted leader in this community who has worked with superintendents dating back to Dr. Crane. To that I say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Jones, David Jones, Chris G., Brianna Martinson, and Dr. S.S. Rogers.
Good evening. My name is David Jones. I like to cut straight to the chase. Excuse my voice for sounding like it is. I'm laryngitis right now. Superintendent Jara, remember I told you you didn't earn anybody's respect or honor? This is what happens. I told you what would be the deal. You've been an a-hole. You have set back. Wait, ma'am. I'm not saying anything cursive. I didn't say a profanity word.
I understand. Please, sir, I do want to hear your comments.
Okay, thank you. I told you. And even you trustees, it wasn't y'all that helped bring him in, but it was your job to ensure he did the highest performance possible. You didn't. And as some people have said, yeah, look at y'all. You're sitting here like cats in a bag scrapping with each other. But Superintendent Jara, look how you treated your support staff. Someone came up and said, oh, wow, Superintendent Jara got hundreds of Chromebooks out. That was because of me. That was because of your support staff. It wasn't because of your admins. It wasn't because of your deputy superintendents. It was because of us. I know y'all don't like me, and I really don't care. Because you know what? You're my servants. I'm your master. These people are your masters. Y'all keep getting it twisted. You're under oath of office. You gave up your right of free will to do the will. Now, back To you, Superintendent Jara. Sorry, homeboy, you got to do a Jack Clapton. You got to load up the truck and move on out.
Mr. Jones, please address the board.
I am addressing the board.
Thank you.
You know, right now, you can't even close the deal with your support staff. Let's see, according to labor statistics, 4.3 million Americans in August quit their jobs. You have a ton of teachers, support staff, all these human beings wanting to quit. Because like they say, they fear. And they can't even speak for themselves. Because you just set a level of intimidation. But as you can see, you know you can't intimidate me because I'm an exceptional employee. So I don't worry about nobody trying to come through and talk about David don't do his job. I'm good at what I do. And all of you trustees, and I probably figure, out of the 7 of y'all, 5 of you got political aspirations. You will have an albatross around your neck. So I hope you don't plan on taking your political careers any further. Thank you.
Christian Tiglioni, I think after all these years, have I finally gotten that right? I still say saying Christian.
Even I mess it up still.
Yes, Brianna Martinson, Dr. S.S. Rogers, Henry Thorne.
Good evening. It pains me to see what's continuing to happen here in Clark County School District. I love this district. I spent over 30 years of my career as a middle school special education teacher, and I'm proud of that more so than anything in politics. In my classroom, I had several simple rules. Don't lie, cheat, or steal. Can't is a swear word. Be respectful of each other. And it's not you as a person that I am concerned with, it's the behavior. Now, the continued infighting, dysfunctional leadership, dishonesty, climate of fear, retaliation, cronyism, and possible misappropriation of public money for outside contractors means enough is enough. That's why this agenda is needed now and not when 6 weeks down the road or 3 years down the road or 2 years down the road. I know that all 7 of you care about your community. I know you care about the kids and the parents and the staff, but you won't know it because of the leadership of Superintendent Jara has created mistrust amongst you and has paralyzed you from acting in the best interests of our children. That means the superintendent yourself is responsible for what's going on, and there's no one else to blame. Sometimes you can, bless you, sometimes you can fix what's broken, and sometimes you shouldn't try to fix it. In 2019, his behavior, actions, and lack of communication caused a no confidence vote by administrators. In their letter, they quoted, "You are selfish and without moral code or compass." In 2020, Governor Sisolak accused him of misleading others and blaming others for his poor decisions. State Superintendent Ebert said as a leader in education, he has the responsibility to set an example, and blatantly altering the truth is not only a bad example, it's a disservice to our educators. Speaker Frierson said the trustees will do nothing, and you will be the benefactor of their failure to act. By your own misbehavior and dishonesty, you've neutered yourself and rendered yourself universally ineffective. That then renders Clark County School District ineffective. Enough is enough. Item 30.1 should earn a yes vote from all 7 of you. If you care more about the children than you do about your relationships or personalities with somebody else. One person brought this on himself. I appreciate the support of mission, but that school was started, I believe, before the superintendent was here, and I hate using kids to pander. Can't is not a swear word. Can't is a swear word. So tonight I ask you, and so do others, to show us what you can do for this community. That means vote to support this. It is time to move forward, sometimes cut to the chase. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Martinson, Dr. S.S. Rogers, Henry Thorne, and Walter Jones III.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Brianna Martinson. I am a teacher and a mother of 3. We're here tonight because Jara's position is on the line, and I want to talk a little bit about that. I really don't understand how a person with so much power can not be brave enough to stand up for what's right. I doubt he really buys into all the mandates when I'm sure with the amount of money that he makes, and he's intelligent enough to figure out that forcibly masking, testing, and vaccinating really isn't necessary. We just don't have the numbers, and you know it. Maybe you're just a puppet like the rest of them going along because A, your pockets are getting filled, or B, you're getting bullied like the rest of us. I wonder who's going to have all of your backs when the children and staff are permanently injured from your coercion. It's ridiculous that staff are still discriminated against and forced to weekly test, especially off their contracted time. Where's the union? Not helping, obviously. Last I checked, they only have 3% left before we even lose them. But that's for another day. Do you know that people are actually being injured for testing? Who's going to support you when you have personal lawsuits filed against you guys from damage to their nasal cavity, from forcibly, discriminatingly, and testing them? I'll say the discrimination against the children for Cavazos. If you are going, sorry, back up a second. If tonight that you guys do vote Jara out of here, then I really hope that you guys don't appoint someone else who is going to try to change, micromanage how the teachers teach, who's going to continue to bully and harass the teachers and staff at CCSD, who's going to continue to coerce children to get vaccinated. And if he happens to escape the wolves tonight, I pray that he change his tactics and start focusing on the well-being of the children. All we are asking is for the freedom to choose what is right for ourselves and our children.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Let's see, we have a student, Mike Mitchell. I know that Dr. S.S. Rogers is next. Is Dr. S.S. Rogers here? Yes, he's right in front of me. Sorry. Actually, right in front of me. Really need to get. So after Dr. S.S. Rogers, where's Mike Mitchell? We have Mike Mitchell, a student here. He might be in the old program. So Dr. Rogers, nice to see you again.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent, President of our Board of Trustees, all of the trustees. I just want to give some kudos out to our President, Advocacy, and to Daniel Ford. For a long time coming here, I've been coming to this board meeting over 30 years. Our organization, the Minister Alliance of Southern Nevada, we've been organized since 1980, and we've been involved with school issues since 1982. I've been coming here speaking on issues with this board. Dr. Jara, when you came, I told you when you first came here, I met you when you came. You had an event, and I said, I'm your friend if you do the right thing. But you have not been doing the right thing. Why is that? Because of West Las Vegas, called historical Las Vegas, it has not been supported. And to our trustee who was elected this year to replace Dr. Linda Young, you have not supported District C. You have voted against things in District 3 for this community. How can you vote against something in your own community?
Rogers, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if we could refrain from any specific personal attacks. And
okay,
so,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, praise God. Praise God. Now, on that note, I'm going to take it back off a lot of things that have been said about situations and this event. Here's someone spoke about the oath. I have a copy here of the oath. And someone said we haven't seen the oath that he has taken. No one goes into office unless he or she take the oath. I've been a police chaplain in North Las Vegas for 38 years. I had to take an oath and ought to become a verified police chaplain. Still that. And if you have not taken the oath, you're not bona fide. You need to go. And here's the reason I say that. Because if you read the NRS 386.350, I'm just going to read them off to you, and 3.86410, find them and read it for the document of the officers, what we have to do, and also 3.9102 and 391.04, 3.91281. Let's read it. Let's understand. Trustee, you are in control, not the superintendent. You got to go. You got to go. We're tired of your breathe on our neck. We need to breathe, and we need to breathe now.
Do we have Mike Mitchell has a student? Mr. Mitchell, please go ahead, and then after Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, we would go to Henry Florence, Walter Jones III, Jessica Allen, and Maria Neto. Sir.
Mike Mitchell for the record. I'm with the White Mechanical Engineers Association. Y'all see how stupid that sounds when you add color in front of it? I like that we have a nicer crowd than last time. Over at the meeting where you guys were pushing the mandates on everybody, you didn't have so many friends here. But it is nice watching all the leftists turn on each other, including you. And the rest of you will have the same fate. Now, as far as the schools are concerned, I don't think that there's a problem with the crappy schools as much as there is with the crappy parents making excuses for their bad behavior. I have a mixed child here. Who's she supposed to hate, mom or dad? Let me know. This crap you guys teach in these schools, all this equity that you're pushing, is nonsense. It starts at the top.
Mr. Mitchell, we have to stay on topic.
I am.
For the item.
He's the superintendent for the school.
Okay, but we have to refrain.
That's what's going on in the schools.
All right, sir. Go ahead, please, but please follow the directives.
Yeah. You know what? I don't want to be interrupted anymore. You have a good one. I said what I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, brother.
And we have Henry Florence, Walter Jones III, Jessica Allen, and Maria Neto.
To the superintendent and the staff, now I understand what's really going on. You think our students in trouble? You guys are in trouble. You know? No, I understand all that, but no. I was called because parents are so concerned about their kids are being beat up and just terrorized at school. So I'm asking, well, what about the administration? So if the administration is all white and the students are black and brown, what's going to go on? And they don't care. You know, Dr. Jarvis, I met you numerous of times. And not one time you disrespect me. Not one time. I am sitting here I'm so lost seeing what I see today.
Sir, please address the board.
It's unbelievable. I understand. I went to 6th grade center when you started busing. It was my year, 6th grade center. I learned everything I knew from the kindergarten to the 5th grade. It was never taught racism. It was never taught hate. Never. I see it here. So I see it here, I see it in your kids. And now I understand why they're at school fighting. Because it's right here taught at home, taught right here. It's the system. And the system keep rolling, and all y'all know. All y'all know. It's the school system that's been locked in there for many years, and you don't care because you loving it. That man just said something. His daughter is mixed. Which one are y'all talking about? The white part of him or the black part of him? Which one? And you ought to thank civil rights. Oh, you ought to thank civil rights and Martin Luther King, because you would have never had these ladies on the board and never would have had a man of color. Because you weren't even accepted as human beings at the time. Now our kids is being mistreated at school. We calling out all the mans to go to these schools, black, white, Chinese, it don't matter. Because your kids is involved. Now you done brought peoples from everywhere. LA, California, Chicago, everywhere. You're gonna have a war. I'm telling you, you're gonna have a war right in your schools. And I'd have the biggest youth foundation in Las Vegas. You might laugh. It's called the Dog Catchers Youth Foundation. Look it up. Look it up. And see how many kids we done saved. But I ask you guys, how many of y'all helped me save them? And I'm gonna say this one more time. You better wear them masks.
Thank you, sir. Martha Jones. Is Jessica Allen here? Jessica Allen? She would be after Mr. Jones. I don't think she's here. And Maria Nico is here, I believe. Okay, all right. Mr. Thorns, please go ahead. I mean, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry. Mr. Thorns has finished.
Mr. Thorne just left.
Yes.
He left the room like Elvis.
I do know that you are Mr.
Okay.
Jones. Go right ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Walter Jones III, First Vice President of NAN, National Action Network. I've been coming to these meetings for years. I met with Jara before in person. We talked about a couple things. But what we're not looking at as a whole, we're spending more money to incarcerate a prisoner than we do to educate our kids. These kids are going to be our future. You guys need to come together as one. There's 7 of you board members up there, and I'm getting emails. You're fighting like cats and dogs. It's not about you, and you. It's about Clark County. I'm a prodigy of Clark County School District. We do more searching for other superintendents when we have expertise right here in Las Vegas. You got Dr. Barton, not to bring his name up. I got a best friend, Jeff Horn. But we want to go everywhere else and search for superintendents. We need to start hiring somebody that knows Nevada, not somewhere else. Know Nevada. If you look at statistically right now, we're ranked 35th in the nation for education. Not the schools, but for education. We, from the 12th, from first to K-12, we're ranked 69.1. That's a negative. That's a negative D. That's sad. We sit around here and brag about we're the 5th largest district, and I'm going to say it again, but we're the 5th dumbest district, and we didn't move down. When are we going to take the consideration to worry about the kids? Not about whatever this bickering is that you guys have, whatever personal bickerings you have with each other, take that in the back like they used to teach us at school. Go in the back and fight it out. Then come out here and make a decision that's going to be right for these kids. It's too much bickering. Every time I look at this board, it reminds me of Sister Wives. That's what it reminds me of. You got one gentleman here, you got 7 women fighting to see who's going to get the time or who's going to say what they want to say and see if he's going to agree with them. Let's think about the kids. Think about your staff. We sit up here and talk about Chromebooks. Guess what? The Chromebooks that you guys put out did not work. What good is a Chromebook when you got a parent in District C got to worry about, am I going to feed my kid? Am I going to pay a cable bill? Let's concentrate on the kids. Take your personal problems out of it. Everybody in here got problems. Concentrate on the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Maria Nico, and have I left anybody off the advance call in list? I called Ms. Allen. Is she here? She's here. Ms. Nico, go ahead, and I'll check again to see if I left anybody off the call-in list. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Trustee and Trustee Board. I'm here as Mi Familia Vota. We are here to urge the termination of Dr. Jara. Dr. Jara has been divisive. He has not been able to bring the CCSD community together. And it's not just the pandemic, so let's stop blaming the pandemic. It is a lack of trust in his leadership and the lack of confidence in which that tells the truth. The culture of CCSD has deteriorated, and CCSD principals and educators and support staff are under duress. Staff complain about being bullied and not being heard. I do want to read something that a teacher sent to us that they didn't feel coming to say themselves. feel safe coming to save themselves. Forcing teachers to work through a pandemic without health insurance is inexcusable. Privatizing our public education system is not in our community's best interest. Another comment. The only reason that Jara cares about student achievement, the only thing that Jara cares about is student achievement, and he can't even do that right. He has not listened to our parents and staff who have expressed a multitude of concerns over the last months or longer, and he has not taken any actions. Couple other things that we have heard from students themselves. Can we please remove him and replace him with someone who has the best interests of me and my school? I don't feel safe in school. Under his leadership, I do not feel safe, protected, or heard. And the last one, I barely know him. It's obvious he has made no attempts to get in contact with students because I had to do independent research on him. Dr. Jara was also in a position to increase Latinx principals in CCSD. However, CCSD lost Latinx principals due to the imprudent buyout of CCSD most experienced principals. He has also done very little to increase Latinx diversity in CCSD. We need leadership committed to integrity, and we understand the serious issues of ethics have been raised in the negotiations of the CCEA collective bargaining agreement. When Dr. Jara was hired, he committed to improve the education of working class, ELL, and minority children. CCSD has lost 5,000 to 7,000 ELL children since the pandemic. During 2021 legislative session, Dr. Jara promised Senator Dennis in writing that he would maintain Zoom and Victory with ARP funds. Senator Mo Dennis has asked for a detailed report in writing of how Zoom and Victory programs are being maintained. Dr. Jara has yet to respond to Senator Mo Dennis. Students from communities of colors need well-trained teachers and substitutes, and Dr. Jara has not prioritized this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santos. If did I see a hand up over here? Did I leave somebody off the advance?
The yellow card.
Oh, you did the yellow card, okay. So I think that we have finished with the advance list. I'm now going to go to the cards that were signed in today. I'm going to read out the three names. Chelsea Fisher, Fernando Romero, and Carrie Bird on 3.01. Is Chelsea Fisher here? She is in the
overflow room.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Romero, go ahead, and then we'll give Ms. Fisher a chance to get here.
Buenas noches. My name is Fernando Romero. I am a 54-year resident of Clark County, parent of a senior high student, autistic as he is, but he is going to graduate with a great diploma. I am also the president of Hispanics in Politics. In June 2018, our organization, the organization that I had, Hispanics in Politics, welcomed Dr. Jara to Clark County with open arms. We spent $2,000 of our own money to do a really great soiree. We were very enthused that we had this individual who was going to get us out of the 50th ranking as far as schools are concerned. He said, I'm going to address a number of town halls before I really take the realm. Well, I followed him in those town halls, and it appears that he was delivering his speech according to the people that were there in front of him. He was lying. So immediately, the first month that he was here, I gathered that he was not the person to lead the Clark County School District. And the only reason I'll bring this name up is because it has already been brought up. We too supported Dr. Michael Barton because he had done so much as far as this school district is concerned. And we still support him, by the way. Let me say that Dr. Jara has created a culture of lies, deception, ineptitude, inequality, inequity, lies, fear, and racism. We need a leader who can take us out of the 50th ranking nationwide, a leader who can earn our trust and our respect. And before my time is over, I ask each and every one of you board members to look into Global High School as to what he is doing to the Global High School. He is creating a school with 600 square feet classrooms. We are scheduled for 400 students. We cannot fit more than 350 because the kids will be packed in like sardines. And one thing, every single one of them is a person of color. Every single one of those students is an immigrant. Look into it, please. Look into it before that school is completed, before it's even started to be built. Look into it, and you'll see that I'm right. Thank you so much. Buenas noches.
Thank you, Mr. Chelsea Fisher, and then, let's see, Tara Raines.
For the record, Chelsea Fisher. First, I would like to serve also, I'm a victim of maladministration, and you guys have been violating my ADA rights by forcing me to wear a mask when I have let them know in the front that I have serious medical conditions, and this prohibits my breathing from my brain condition, which is called Chiari malformation, and I have heart conditions. So I just wanted it to be on record that you guys continue to violate ADA laws and demand that I carry paperwork with me from a doctor, which is in violation of ADA laws. So if somebody could present this to the board, I would appreciate that. On September 1st, I was invited by friends to speak out about my truths and trauma from being vaccine injured, as well as my two beautiful children, to also speak as an ex-medical professional who left the now corrupt and politicized field. During this meeting, somehow 2 unqualified physicians were allowed to speak on record, one of which was Dr. Cortland Loff, who lied on public record, which led to me being assaulted by CCSD police, which my understanding, the person who oversees CCSD police is Superintendent Jara. This resulted in serious harm to previous injuries I incurred on active duty. Today I am here to demand not only the removal of all of you, which voted to pass an illegal, negligent mandate on your employees, but also a full financial audit on the money tied to these illegal mandates. Let's talk about also the illegal excessive testing of healthy asymptomatic students, because the world now suffers from what's called Munchausen. Each meeting, I have heard comments from board members about how uneducated the public and parents are that attend these meetings, mostly by President Linda Cavazos, but it appears that you are finding out the latter while being slapped with lawsuits from us. Today, I am also demanding that the state AG and DOJ step in and assess that Superintendent Jara nor any future superintendent be in charge of CCSD, Chief of Police, or their police force. They should be managed by someone qualified in the field and not by a superintendent with a degree in education who previously taught biology. It appears that no one in this entire district is qualified to do the jobs performed, including the teachers' union for their health care. As for me, this will be the last CCSD board meeting I attend, as my children are not even in this county. But Superintendent Jara, you will see me again in court. Your pay from the new renewed contract will be taken back from you and given back to CCSD schools. Florida won't want you back, but I hear you might be a great fit for Kate Brown in Oregon. As for the rest of the board, the firing of these employees will not stop our lawsuits. You are all accomplices to these crimes, the damage is done. Superintendent Jara, I would like to state for the record that I have proof in many avenues you have committed more than claimed in the $2 million lawsuit. We can prove that you are misusing funds right now at this moment by paying CCSD police and private security when there's never been any proof that this many officers are needed. The public also want to know why you delegated $180,000 to a Catholic charity from CCSD funds. Questions about 360 News Las Vegas stories about the illegal contract with COVID-19 testing with Fulgent Genetics.
Carrie Bird, Alexis Salt.
By the way, vote for Joey Gilbert.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Dr. Tara Raines, and I am reading a letter that was submitted by the Las Vegas My Brother's Keeper Alliance on behalf in support of, I'm sorry, not on behalf of, in support of Dr. Jara. Esteemed Board of Trustees, this letter is submitted on behalf of the Las Vegas My Brother's Keeper Alliance to express our support for Superintendent Jesus Jara. As we know, there's incredible level of unfinished work to be done right now on behalf of CCSD students. The Las Vegas MBKA is a collective impact organization of civic leaders, local agencies, community leaders, researchers, parents, and educators. We are dedicated to improving life outcome for Clark County's most vulnerable and marginalized youth. Our goals include supporting efforts in CCSD to reduce the disproportionate exclusionary disciplinary practices for children of color, specifically Black children, reducing school-based pathways to juvenile justice, and improving the academic performance of historically underperforming students. These goals, as a collective impact, are dependent on a close and productive partnership with CCSD. The relationship between Dr. Jara and MBK leadership has been one of mutual respect and partnership. Dr. Jara has accomplished feats that previous administrations deemed untenable. Specifically, in partnership with this administration, MBK has been able to realize goals related to improving the lives of youth of color. Of note, Dr. Jara's leadership has resulted in the following initiatives and improvements that will overwhelmingly benefit students in poverty, students of color, and students with historically marginalized identities. First, the initiation of universal screening for gifted and talented for all students in second grade, an increase in the alternatives to exclusionary discipline for students in K through 12, universal screening, again, for gifted and talented students, universal screening for student social emotional well-being, increase partnerships with universities to promote dual enrollment at low to no cost to students and families, additional mathematics coursework to prepare students for advanced math courses targeting historically marginalized communities and Black and brown students, mandated attendance for administrators at professional development to improve cultural humility and to reduce implicit bias, hiring of equity and diversity and inclusion team with expertise in restorative practices that align with legislative directives and best practices, engaging in regular revision of code of conduct to offer pathways for correcting student behavior that reduce exclusionary practices, and working to promote equitable learning-oriented student practices. I'm going to run out of time. He's done a lot. In closing, I'm going to say, we implore you to reinforce the solid foundation Dr. Jara is laying as superintendent for children who have been historically overlooked. This support would demonstrate that you're willing to stay the course during difficult times. As always, we are here in the trenches with you. Allow us to continue to collaborate with and support you as we work to problem solve and generate solutions that address the rapidly evolving, uncharted educational landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Haynes. Carrie Bird, Alexis Salt, Mac Miller, and then Angela Salazar.
All right, for the record, my name is Carl, K-A-R-L. It's all right, Dr. Cavazos. My children now have a new name for me. But that's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
Let me just say here, tonight, there's one thing that hasn't been said yet tonight, and I'd like to address it. We have yet to discuss that that's what's going on here tonight is a power play. That's what's going on here. There are conflicting interests both on the board. I've heard names out here tonight bantied about. No disrespect to Dr. Barton. I like Dr. Barton. Don't have a problem with you, Dr. Barton. But whether it's Dr. Barton or whoever is going to be in the future, the superintendent doesn't work by himself. You have given him so much power. Do you not realize that some of the people you're mentioning work with this man? But you put it all on him. And you can't wait until December 9th because there are people up on that board, people in this audience, including, I just heard somebody earlier that was once on the board that some people right now are banting about. That's why you brought her here tonight. This is about power. I have been a member of my union since 1997. I have seen superintendent after superintendent. We've been the 5th largest school district for years, and nothing has changed. But you stand here and you pontificate about bringing someone else in. Be careful what you wish for. Because if you don't change the culture and the power struggles that go on, and I mentioned this a few weeks ago when I stood here and said how some of us had gone to Carson City and bust our butts to bring all this money down here. And I got to deal with, is it NEA? Is it NSEA? Is it ESEA? Is it CCEA? We could all be working together, but that's the problem. It's a power play. So yes, if you get Dr. Jara out, you get Dr. Jara out. But I'm telling you right now, Sister Cepeda, because you represent my zone, and I believe you to be a fair person, this is not over. It is not necessarily going to get better because you take him out. Somebody's going to get what they want personally. That's what this is about tonight. So the people that are sitting at home right now on pins and needles about their health care, waiting for this mess to end, I pray to God that you vote for that contract, at least give us some solace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alexis Saul, Matt Miller, Angela Salazar, Tyler Smith.
Good evening, Dr. Jara, members of the board. My name is Alexis Salt. I was the candidate for school board trustee in District E against Trustee Brooks this last election cycle. I was a teacher, I am a teacher, who ran for school board because my colleagues are terrified of our boss. I'm sorry, Dr. Jara, we're scared of you. I'm not afraid, but that's why you all see me here so often. I cannot tell you how many of my colleagues email, text me, call me, are you going to be at the meeting today, this week, can you say this, can you say this, can you say that, because the retaliation doesn't really seem to faze me. I have been the victim of retaliation at the hands of this district. I was, had somebody call me a skank, a close personal friend of the superintendent, call me this online. My students found this. I think that at some point we all have to, the previous speaker was talking about a power play. I think we need to talk more about priorities. Right now, one of our students is on the FBI most wanted list for missing people. If you pull up the FBI.com or .gov and you look under missing people, Nomi Armendariz' name is the first one there, and nobody has mentioned this. No one. Nobody. Nobody's talked about her. I can tell you, though, that our area superintendent could tell you her MAP score. But nobody can, no tweet out from the district. We have a 15-year-old girl who is missing. And this is how we're choosing to spend our time. I know you guys don't like me, and I really, like the last guy who said, I really don't care. I'm here and I ran for office because our kids' needs aren't being met. I never wanted to do that. Anybody who's ever seen me teach, and every time someone goes out to Indian Springs, they make their way to my classroom because, retaliation isn't an issue in this district. But, come on. Our priority, I never wanted this. I'm not a politician, I'm a teacher. And the fact that you had a teacher who went out and fought you tooth and nail should tell you something. I fought for thousands of teachers who couldn't. Administrators were pulling up in my driveway, giving me $90, $99, because they were afraid that if they supported me, you would fire them. I'm afraid you're going to fire me. Constantly. And we really have to have, we really need to think, is this who we are? Is this who we want to be? Because our kids are watching and they see every single thing that we say. And they see our lack of action. And they see that you care about their test scores, but when they go missing, not even a tweet. Not okay.
Thank you, Ms. Salt. Mr. Miller, Angela Salazar,
Good evening. My name is Mac Miller, and I'm running for Lieutenant Governor to audit the state and do a number of things, which is one of the #1 jobs of Lieutenant Governor. Our current Lieutenant Governor resigned. But I'm here to say this. We can't get 50 people in one room to agree on anything, unless it's to raise your salaries or take an early vacation. And I understand that we have conflicts. I personally personally believe that Superintendent Jara is being made to be a scapegoat. I don't like that he gets paid so much for us being last in the nation, because in any private world, you would not gratify somebody with such a high salary if they weren't completing a job. Now, you've got enough time to do that, and you have to work on it. But I say we make him earn his keep. I have a feeling that if his contract is breached, we might be in for a big lawsuit. Now, I will say this. I don't know if there's any trustees on the board that have any law degrees. I really don't. But you got to check with legal. And when you start to negotiate someone's contract, you really need to put some conditions in those contracts that are more clear and very specific. So I'm not going to blame Jara if he's getting over on the board or the county. It's the trustees that need to negotiate these contracts better. Now, I've been all over the internet and all over national TV, from Judge Judy to being attacked at the county meetings by security guards, and they've all said, watch out for the Mac Miller contracts. Well, Mac Miller's still here because his contracts are good. I write good contracts, and I have a great legal team in my office. So while we sit here and argue about who's mad at who and who doesn't like who and who's attacking who and who's bringing somebody in to talk about this person or that person, these meetings are by statute. They're required to be held. And everybody sits there and they listen. We really don't know what you're thinking, no matter how many people speak. What we really want is to have some non-statutory meetings where these people actually can hear you respond to what they're saying. That being said, that's what you get out of me. So sometimes people think I'm going to be here to say fire him or what. No. Superintendent Jara, and I know I'm not supposed to direct the comment, but let's make him earn his keep. I'm a product of the Clark County School District. Both of my daughters are, and they also go to private school. But we've got to make him earn his keep, because it's just going to be a revolving door of mismanagement when some of the trustees aren't reelected next year. Because you guys don't have contracts but to your terms. And every one of these people, and every political consultant knows this, each one of these people in this room represents 1,000 voters. And if a majority of these people are in one of your districts, you're in trouble.
Thank you, Chair. We have Connie Smith of Logandale, Nevada, and then Jose Solario.
I'm not in disagreement that changes need to be made when it comes to the district and its leaders. My concern is the timing of this decision. The board had the opportunity in May to end his contract without cost to the district, so what has changed? It is my understanding that making this decision now would cost the district around $5 million. I'm asking that you please provide the dollar amount, if even just approximately, that this decision now will take away from the district and our children and our teachers. Because that money is so desperately needed right now, we need to let the remainder of his contract play out, which again is the consequence of your prior vote to extend that contract. However, it has been my observance over the past year and more, during which big decisions have been made, that the members and decisions of the board have been in lockstep with the decisions of Superintendent Jara. Think school closures, mask mandates, the changed grading policy, vaccine mandates for teachers to keep their jobs, and more. So if he is removed, what would change? This sounds like a self-serving, politically serving agenda. It is my proposal that if change is what we're seeking, if he is voted out, the entire board be voted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Mr. Smith, Jose Solario, Rudy Zamora. Go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say good evening. I have never done anything quite like this before, and it is a little bit sad that I am even here having to participate in these types of meetings. I'm a father of 5. All of my kids are in Clark County School District. I'm a longtime Clark County resident. My grandparents were teachers at the Clark County School District many, many, many years ago. Some things I would like to address are failed leadership policies. From CCSD's website, on the page that highlights Dr. Jara. It says the goals for all schools will be 3 stars or higher in a 5-year term for Dr. Jara's contract. At the end of 2019, only 53% of those schools were at 3 stars. That goal, Focus 2024, says instructional intelligence in every classroom, every day. This means investing in our teachers, administrators, and staff by ensuring that they have the tools and the tools they need to succeed. Our people drive our success. I'm not sure how that is applicable when you are over 800 positions short of where you need to be. How can you be successful when you are hemorrhaging employees because of overreach and terrible policies and terrible management? Also, from that same page, running an efficient operation and putting every available dollar into the classroom. Well, according to the end of the year budget, for some odd reason, you have to have 2% of your budget in unassigned funds. Right now, it is estimated that you have 2.25% of that budget in unassigned funds, which by my calculation approximates $137,000 approximately in unassigned funds that are not going into the classroom. So my question is, why are our dollars not being spent in our classrooms? Why are you getting more money this year than you got last year per student? You're getting $7,900 per student, and you have 300,000. When Dr. Jara came aboard, it was just over 320,000 students. It has been a steady decline ever since. So I'm not quite sure how one can maintain their position when it is a steady decline from beginning until the present. And this isn't solely on Dr. Jara's shoulders. It's also partially our fault as parents for electing the board, who then decided who the superintendent was going to be. So we do need to take some of that blame. But ultimately, in any other job in the private sector, when there's a steady decline and a mismanagement, that person is gone. If nobody here can do their jobs, then they need to be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Jose Solario, Rudy Zamora, Kenneth Zamora.
Good evening, buenas tardes. My name is Jose Solorio. A while back I sat in your chairs for about 2 years in the early 90s. The meetings have gotten a little different now. I'm here to talk about this agenda item because it's near and dear to me. I grew up in a Hispanic household. My parents were from Mexico. They're immigrants. My dad served over 20 years in the U.S. Air Force. And my mother cleaned hotel rooms on the Las Vegas Strip, as well as becoming a special ed helper in a classroom. So, and I currently have a wife who's been teaching for 21 years, a brother who's been teaching for 16 years in the district, and a sister who's been a helper too in special ed. I've been involved in Hispanic causes for a long time. I've represented the Hispanic culture in different committees. It's been a lifelong goal of mine to improve the condition of Latinos here in Southern Nevada. My parents didn't have a high school education. I got an MBA, and my son graduated from Columbia University. So we've done well. In Clark County with great parents. And what I want to say from my viewpoint is that Jesus Jara, from day one, has been receptive to ideas. He's new to our district. He's worked well with administrators that I've known and principals. And every time I talk about Jesus Jara to parents in the Latino community, they are super proud. They say, wow, my kids have somebody to look up to, someone who they can emulate. They can be a leader of the Clark County School District one day. Because the man from Venezuela who came as a kid to the United States is now superintendent of the 5th largest school district. Jesus Jara has done much for our school district from the viewpoint of everyone I've talked to who works for the school district. What you see in this room is 150 people with drastic opinions, What you don't see are parents of 320,000 students that are the silent majority and that are appreciative of what has happened here in the last 2 years and how you as a board and how Jesus Jara as the superintendent has helped us overcome this pandemic. And yes, I support the mask mandates, I support the vaccines, anything to keep our employees safe. I support Jesus Jara, I hope you do too, and let's move forward in helping our children.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. I'm sorry, please, you guys, Reed Zamora and then Ken Samar.
My name is Rudy Zamora, and I'm here as a parent of a first grade child in CCSD. It's been very clear that that the superintendent has not done his job. We have seen him rake in benefits from trustees in the past. He makes almost $500,000, and we have seen this man not be able to give our teachers the things that they need to do their jobs. They don't have health insurance, they don't have enough supplies in the classrooms, but yet we can give him a Peloton. We can give him a Peloton, you know what, Peloton Gate, let's not forget Peloton. But we have to address that, and I'm looking at him, it's not Jara, he has told me and some of my community members that it's Jara. So when we talk about being proud and brown and working with Latino students, he does not represent us. He tells us that his name is pronounced as a white man. If you're proud to be honest, a Latino, I'm gonna stop myself there because I'm seeing some of these trustees already pointing. And I'm gonna stop with this and end with this. Not all skin folk are kinfolk, and I'm looking at a couple of you on this board.
Hello, for the record, my name is Ken Zamora, and I'm not going to waste my time on just attacks on a single individual, but really on the facts about what exactly this means and the money that has been spent instead of our children. I'm a father of 3, 2 of them currently in CCSD and 1 in infant who will more than likely become a student of CCSD. But the fact that Dr. Jara's salary is $436,000 a year, that could feed over 120,000 students. The average lunch is $3.50 instead of students going home hungry or going all day without food. The salary of someone who has failed to do the job and uphold the values of our teachers, our students, our support staff, who don't have the health insurance, who cannot protect themselves, who cannot afford to pay rent or their hospital bills. But yet here we are paying a man to do nothing, did not act decisively, did not come up with a plan for a pandemic, but instead copied that of other superintendents across the nation. Here I am begging for a new superintendent who has the experience, who has the knowledge, because I have mentors who are superintendents in other states and laugh at us, laugh at the actions of our current elected and those in charge of our district. We need to be able to allocate our funds appropriately, understand the needs of our students, our parents, our teachers, and our support staff. They need to be funded adequately so that we can become greater than the last in the nation in our education. Because this has to be about our students. Our plans, our actions, and our ideas have to put our students and teachers first instead of our own egos and our own status. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Simone. Amy Keller? Is Amy here? I don't know if she's in the overflow room. We just received this yellow card, so yeah, okay, thank you. No problem. Sorry.
Hi, good evening. I drove an hour and a half today after a long day at school of having Halloween parties and saying goodbyes. I said goodbye today to 31 of the most amazing 4th graders that I know. As you see, today is my last day working for CCSD. I came here tonight because I wanted you to see the face of someone who left, not just read about me in your poll that you take, your exit poll. I checked the box that most of the other people, it seems like these days, are checking the dissatisfied with CCSD box. I came to that decision after a lot of soul searching and a lot of prayer. And I'm spending my night here with you to share my feelings about what I experienced at CCSD. I echo the teacher earlier who said, "Why don't you care about us?" Students and employees are not your top priority. That is clear. And it's been increasingly clear to me over the past 20 years. And we are now at a crisis level. We as communities need options. When we aren't being served well, we should have choices, not be stuck in a dysfunctional one district or county system with no escape hatch available. I urge parents and employees to speak out and advocate for the schools in their communities. When opportunity arises, I hope people will choose a better way and give the power back to the people and communities who know what is best for their students. Yes. CCSD is not looking out for your interests, and you are the only ones who can change the system. I chose to speak on 3.01, not because I believe that you should keep Superintendent Jara or that you shouldn't. I think it's way past that at this point. I don't think whether you keep President Cavazos as the president or not, it really matters. I think it's too late for that. I think the power needs to go back to the communities where the students live. Yes. I believe that this was the goal of the reorg, but that, as we have seen recently in the hearings that I watched, CCSD is ignoring everything that they've been asked to do. They've been told to do. They're not doing it. So I'm speaking to the state when I say it's not working. They're not listening. They have gone on and continue to operate with their iron fists, holding the power tightly, and they don't even entrust their own administrators and their own leaders to do what's best for their own schools. Administrators are bullied. Teachers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. I have a Jason Nellis here, but Mr. Nellis, your card says non-agenda. We're on agenda items now. We're on 3.01. So the next public comment on non-agenda would be at the end of the meeting. Sorry. Let me confirm, Mr. Nellis, it is a non-agenda item. It is not 3.01 or 3.02. It is 3.01, so it's not non-agenda. Okay, please go ahead. And then Darlene Anderson.
Yes, I'm sorry that we're here, with masks. Sorry that it didn't work to, keep the people that are dissenting away by having us wear masks. The memos that have gone through, and I'm sorry that we're not wearing, orange vests that say if we're vaccinated and all that. So, it's, it doesn't work. We could still play by the rules and everything, but yes, I'm sorry. Like she said, it doesn't really matter if his term expires or not. I mean, Jesus, he's basically representing what the problem is right now, but the problem will, of course, keep going, and he definitely should not be the superintendent anymore. But guys, if you are representing, progress and growth and everything, you should represent the voices of the people, the parents of the students in the school district, as they are the future. And if people's voices are being spoken. I just got here, I had to work, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating anything that anyone else has said today, but and this is the first meeting I've been to, it's bothered me for a while that these abuses have gone on, and now it's come out about certain schools in my area that, along with other schools, that students are being abused, punished for reasons that are, whatever the reasons are, they shouldn't be punished for reasons outside of the curriculum. You know, if they have medical conditions, it should be observed that they have medical conditions, and the superintendent and everyone should make sure of this. And it's just, I don't know, it should be common sense that, I know it comes from the top, it's hard to do much about it at these intermediate lower levels, but there are other districts around the country standing for it. I think it would be a great, you know, it would be great if you guys represented a lot of people's concerns, the majority of people's concerns, that there are, you know, child development and psychology. If you have masks on people's faces all the time, and people and kids are trying to learn, you know, emotions as they go along, and they're going to end up with very skewed perspectives in the future. And you see smiles and everything. And I know that's the national mandate, but you should stand up for the people.
Thank you, Mr. Nellis. Darlene Anderson, Keith Anderson, Nicholas. Today, Ms. Anderson?
Yes. Darlene Anderson. I've lived in Nevada almost 3 years now. I recall coming to talk to you, and I asked, where's the data in regards to all children having access? And then I requested it in a written document. And I got a note back saying, "Leave the people." Well, I'm here to say that I'm a citizen in America. I was born in Mississippi, and I now live in Nevada. The basic access for all children, they're entitled, but where's the data? How many children are in the third grade reading at grade level? Well, we don't know that. But we're really here talking about the money. And the waivers, my goodness. We've been depending on waivers for about 30 years now. And the waivers affect the African American community. All the things that you have legitimately participated in, organizing, and manipulating federal resources, as you don't have the data right now for the ARP money. That's how come you're not getting the American Rescue money back, because there's no data to demonstrate that the children actually generated the dollars, benefited. So data. And your staff don't want to do the data. Why? Because they never had to do the data before, so why now? My goodness. Failure is an option. What is the harbor? I've asked about that. And where's the data? Because the data requires that if you move the child from their home school, oh my goodness, you have to have a manifestation hearing. Where's the data? I asked about all of the data, and then I understand that we were trying to implement something from Texas as the former board member. The former board member, the president of the board, was trying to implement the policies from Texas. Well, I'm not a Texan, I'm an American. And quite frankly, in America, we just passed the Juneteenth bill. Did you not understand what citizenship actually means? And if we're not educating children to the point of voting, then what are we doing? Because we're harvesting it. Do you think people who are benefiting right now want to change the situation? Hell no, they don't. The reality is failure is not an option in public education. And that is a basic responsibility of a governing board, to measure data. And I haven't seen no data, so I went to find the data on my own. And it's just like he said about the African American children, but anytime African Americans come up here, they are so good. Well, guess what? In 2021, citizenship is a personal responsibility for every American, and we cannot let our country fall. Therefore, maybe the board has to be disbanded, because we don't have the data to demonstrate the children who are generating the federal dollars actually receiving any of the services. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Steve Anderson and Nicholas Vlad.
Good evening. For the record, Hugh Anderson. I'm the managing partner for Hightower Las Vegas, and here representing the Vegas Chamber as the Government Affairs Chair. I'm here for a very selfish reason. We need your students, but we need them well educated. I'm the proud parent of two CCSD graduates, and the Chamber is the state's largest business organization, which represents thousands of businesses and hundreds of thousands of employees, many of them in this room and who have children in the district. The Vegas Chamber has a very long history of supporting the district in the mission to prepare students for employment and higher education opportunities. We need them to have the education they deserve that will give them access to opportunities for prosperity and enriched lives. But unfortunately, the dynamics playing out among the leaders of our district are undermining the success of our students. Quite frankly, I'm appalled and frustrated for our community, for our professional staff, but most of all for our students who are being denied your full attention to their well-being. I'm here to speak about the Vegas Chamber's serious concerns with the current conflicts among the school district leaders and the detrimental effects that's having on the community, and mostly the students. Stable and consistent leadership at the district from the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Jara are essential for our students to succeed, especially now as our schools recover from the very adverse impacts of the pandemic. Superintendent Jara has been met with constant obstacles since he arrived, not the least of which have been obstacles from this board. Persistent threats to his contract do nothing to boost student achievement nor improve morale among professional staff. He was hired to lead, and there is no way he can when all his energies are devoted to defending every decision he makes. Unfortunately, it appears that some on this board have lost focus. Instead of concentrating on student achievement and success as well as significant staffing challenges, some board members are bringing forth agenda items for today's meeting that demonstrate the ongoing misguided focus and distractions that have consumed the school district for far too long. Every day we aren't focused on our students, they lose yet another day of enlightenment, critical thinking, and a secure future. Ignorance wins the day. The Vegas Chamber urges the school board not to move forward on these divisive agenda items scheduled for tonight's meeting, and it's time to work together for the students, and you committed to help. Now is the time for you and the superintendent to collaborate for the sake of our students and our community. Now is not the time to allow our egos to prevent serving our students. We have much work to do to repair the damage done by the pandemic. Let's not compound that damage with this infighting. Our community needs your leadership. Our students are desperate for your leadership. If you fail at this, you're failing an entire generation of Southern Nevada students as well as our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Nicholas, I always say your name wrong, sir, and I'm so sorry. That takes me a while.
That's all right.
Please state it correctly.
Nicholas Bidet, for the record. Again, I'm here before you as a team member for Make CCSD Great Again, so thank you for having me again tonight. I wish it was under better terms, though, guys, because I expect a lot more from all of you, as everyone else in this room. And unfortunately, you know what some of the agenda items I don't see today? How are we going to improve our math scores? How are we going to improve our education as a whole? But yet we talk about removing Dr. Jara, and look, I'm not the biggest fan yet. I mean, maybe I will be, we'll see. But I also place the blame strictly on the 7 of you, because all of this doesn't need to be going on right now. You are wasting far too much time on this. And as a matter of fact, if Dr. Jara were to go, I would say the 7 of you should go also. And as a matter of fact, 3 of you are currently under investigation with the state of Nevada for elections fraud. And you all know it. I put it there for you. So I hope that you guys can take a look at this, stop the infighting, stop all this crap. Let's get to work and start educating our children. How dare we post figures that our children are 26% efficient in math? How sickening is that? Does that make you guys sit up here proud? Because I'm not a proud parent. I'm disgusted. I'm absolutely disgusted. I hope for everyone's sake here that you guys get your stuff together and let's move forward from all of this. Let's do better. But I promise you this, we are so tired of it, and all of you guys are gone if you're not going to put this together. And I'm leading that initiative, and I'm telling you, I'm not going to back down. I've already dismantled one board. I'm glad to do it again. All right? Thank you. You guys have a great night.
Just a moment, please. I think we have someone who's already spoken on this. Mr. Smith of Logandale, I believe he has turned in another card, but I believe that he already spoke on the same item. Is he here? Okay, I think it's a duplicate then. Is there anybody that I have missed on either the yellow cards or on the advance notice on 3.01?
It should say on there 3.02.
Oh, okay. All right, I will correct that. Trustees, I believe, since I do not see anyone stating that I have missed them on either list, that concludes the public comment on 3.01. So that opens to discussion. Ms. Miller, may I ask for your counsel and explain? I've already received a few messages asking for a clarification on court convenience. I believe as an attorney that you can explain that better than I can.
The difference in this particular contract between termination for cause and termination for convenience is that the board does not have to cite any particular reasons for termination for convenience. On a termination for cause, we have to cite the grounds that would constitute cause under the contract and give Dr. Jara an appropriate procedure for rebutting or addressing those comments.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I appreciate it. We have trustees in the queue. Trustee Ford, then Trustee Williams.
Thank you for that explanation. I do want to make this simple, and I know that it's been a long night already, so I would like to make a motion to terminate the employment of agreement of Jesus Jara for convenience by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Ford. Do I have a second on that motion?
I second.
Trustee Guzman, it's a second. We still do have other trustees in the queue. However, I do want to state for the record that we have a motion by Trustee Ford and a second by Trustee Guzman. But we do want to give the other trustees, recognizing that we do have that motion on the floor. Trustee Brooks. Trustee Brooks.
I wish I could say this item surprises me, but it's been clear for a long time that some trustees will stop at nothing until they get their way. Part of me...
Trustee Brooks, I'm sorry, I just want to say that if we have a sign up, we want to make sure that we're not blocking people behind us. So
oh no, we can see it's okay.
We can have signs that just hold them right there. Thank you very much. Trustee Brooks, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you would like to start again.
Part of me wants to encourage Superintendent Jara to walk away because some of his bosses have made his job impossible. Those same bosses continue to shout out from the rooftops about how much stress employees are under and how much grace is required, failing to see and nurture the humanity of their single employee. The part of me that would encourage his departure is not the part of me that represents the CCSD community, because I know his departure is not in the best interest of the district at this point in time, and this is what I was elected to advocate for. Watching the drama with the Regents unfold made it clear to me that abuses of power and toxic work environments aren't produced by this board alone. I'm honestly not sure the dynamics of governance can be remedied within the current political climate that continues to breed blind tribalism. This board claims to be really interested in climate and culture, but have completely failed to notice that we set the tone. This is a team of 8. His failures are your failures, my failures are your failures, and your failures are our failures. The more we torpedo him or each other, the more we torpedo ourselves. This entire conversation at this point in time, under these thinly veiled circumstances, reflects poorly on us, and it's clear there are external factors at play. Try as I might, I cannot convince some of you we're on the same team, and this exercise is a disservice to the students in this district. The ability of us to unite during these challenging times has been demonstrated over and over again by members of this board. One of whom publicly stated she didn't join this board to join a girl band, and later went on a podcast to very clearly spell out that this board consists of two teams. She playfully oscillated between names, trying to find the exact one to convey the wholesomeness of the three individuals who brought this item forward, while eventually branding the rest of us Team Jara. It's time for a reality check. The remaining 4 members of this board are not on a team that differs from Team CCSD. Spoiler alert, you're also on this team. The 4 of us are not actively working against the district or our peers. We have not, as of yet, ran opposing political campaigns against you. We have not constantly shared negatively slanted and grossly inaccurate opinion hit pieces on our social media about you. We have not filed false ethics complaints against you or the superintendent. We have not attempted to undermine the will of a majority of the board because we were on the losing side of a vote. For the most part, the 4 of us have consistently advocated for stricter adherence to board policies, a clearer focus on students and student achievement, and a greater dedication to our duties. The only thing the rest of us are guilty of is asking our peers to raise their standards and perform your duties with the seriousness required. Now I'm personally asking you to join Team CCSD and stop being obstructionists. To help us reflect, I want us to consider the sentiments expressed in the Sun about the conflict playing out with the Regents. The Regents hired an investigator to sort out the claims made by the town. I want it to be known that we don't need an investigator. Most of us have witnessed
Audience, please.
Most of us have witnessed this toxic engagement firsthand. There are times in which members of the board have micromanaged the superintendent so much that it rendered him completely incapable of acting with the confidence required. Some members have lobbied against him since day one, prioritizing the opinions of individuals the public didn't elect to make the decisions on their behalf, while encouraging members of the public to come and let their dissatisfaction be known in an effort to sway their peers. The board has largely been ineffective this year. The community is drowning in concerns for their children, and not a single agenda item has been dedicated to addressing the many challenges that lie ahead. The most troubling part of this feud is that I know some of your dissatisfaction belongs with me. My insistence that Dr. Jara follow board policies and respect the will of the board versus granting special privileges to individual board members outside the boardroom has left him in the middle of 2 opposing points of view. One side feels we should all adhere to the same standards in a transparent manner, and one thinks we should run things behind closed doors. The only thing we can all agree on is this isn't working and we all need to do better. But regardless of who our single employee is, we are still the same people, in the same community, and not all of us are on Team CCSD. That doesn't mean
we're off topic and there's a lot of speculation.
The
Can I
rest
call
of
the
the
question? Hey, I'm pretty sure it's your turn. You got your turn.
Hold on.
Yeah, I want to call the question.
Trustees, excuse me, please. Could we please not interrupt one another? I will ask if Trustee Brooks is getting sorry.
Take them off! Take them off!
Please,
Take them off!
please, I'm asking you, please. I did say this at the beginning, but we are trying to have a civil discussion. Trustee Ford, are you getting ready to?
You are not in the queue, so why don't you let me finish?
I want to make sure that this, I want to make sure the item that this
Trustees, please do not validate.
We demand you all resign now!
Okay, please do not validate the concerns, the valid concerns, obviously, of our audience, of where we need to be adults in the room. We need to not interrupt one another, but we also, I did not say this because I did not think it would be necessary, but these people have been here for a long time on this item. We needed to hear all the public comment. Please limit your comments and not interrupt one another, please. Trustee Brooks, I assume that you're getting ready to wrap up.
I sure am, thank you. The one thing we can all agree on is this isn't working and we need to do better, but regardless of who are single employees, we are the same people in the same community and not all of us are Team CCSD. That doesn't mean the rest of us should give up on trying to do the right thing for the community. We need to stop allowing individuals to distract and derail us. With that, I'd like to make a motion to table terminating Superintendent Jara for convenience until January 4th, 2023 at the earliest. I'm hoping our board has a stronger motivation to come together and focus on the students we serve. It could also encourage some board members and a small faction of the community to stop attempting to overturn the will of the board.
No, it's the will of the people.
Fellow board members will support this motion and allow cooler heads.
You serve the parents and the children.
Please, we do not want to clear the room. Please, I'm asking you. I would like to call for the question.
That's actually, I just made a motion of, oh, well, your turn.
There's a motion to table pending. If it is a second.
I'll second.
Oh, okay. That's great. Continue, please. There's another motion.
Can you please let Ms. Miller speak?
A motion to table is not debatable.
I'm sorry?
A motion to table is not debatable. So you need to vote on it now.
Thank you. And so that, what you are saying is a motion to table. The motion to table also does not take it does take precedence over the original motion?
It takes precedent over the main motion, yes.
I called the question before that motion, that second motion was on. I still said it.
I would still like to make a statement, by the way, President Boss.
I understand. I know that we have this, but also again, I am listening to the audience here, and I'm trying to be considerate here. We had a motion on here. I do understand about the precedence of the motion to table. However, I am quite concerned about the timeline that was listed in the motion.
I believe that's his original contract date, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly.
It's not the original contract date, but regardless, it is not debatable.
Alrighty, then what we need to do is we need to go to a vote on this.
Right, whether or not to table it to that date.
All right, could I have Trustee Brooks please repeat her motion?
The motion is to...
Can you say that louder, please, because we can't hear you.
The motion is to table terminating Superintendent Jara for convenience until January 4th, 2023.
January 4th, 2023?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Trustee Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to second this vote, but I am going to make a statement before I do because it feels like everybody's like quick fingering.
I'm sorry.
I can't? No. Okay, never mind then. I'll make my statement online later on Twitter. Thank you guys for your interest.
Trustees, please, and audience, please. We have a motion to table the original. It takes precedence, as Ms. Miller is advising us, and I believe that Mr. Pushnik weighed in, that it takes precedence over the original motion by Trustee Ford and the second by Trustee Guzman.
I demand a criminal investigation on Lola Brooks and Jara for buying a Peloton bike and hiding it.
We have to take a vote on this. We do have to follow, we do have to follow this. What this is we have to follow as far as majority rules. If it passes, it passes. If it does not pass, then we go to the original motion that was made by Trustee Ford and seconded by Trustee Guzman. So we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Brooks. I can keep track of this. By Trustee Brooks to table the motion to terminate until January. Can we update to me again? January 4th? January 4th. I heard somebody yell out 2022. She did not say 2022. She said 2023. Yes, we can, but I believe I gave you enough time, so I'm just taking a couple of brief moments here to clarify for the audience. So trustees, we have that motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. This motion is the one to table. This motion does not pass. Please stop. Mr. French, can you please put that back on the screen?
Yeah, we need to fix it.
Hold on just a moment. Let's give our staff a chance. All right, we're going to go ahead. Are you still working on that, John? We will come back to that and move on for expediency's sake. Here it is. All right. Trustee, and basically I'm just reading this off the screen. Trustee Ford, no. Evelyn Garcia Morales, yes. Irene Sabella, no. Katie Williams, yes. Trustee Cavazos, myself, no. Trustee Guzman, no. Trustee Brooks, yes. That is not passed. We will then go back to the original. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, were you weighing in? Okay, sorry, I didn't know. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Trustee Ford and a second by Trustee Guzman. And the motion is to terminate for convenience. Trustees, please cast your votes. The passes, please, please no applause. I do need to read these off. That is, I'm sorry, John, that I keep doing that to you. The vote is as follows. Yes, Trustee Ford. No. Trustee Garcia Morales. Yes. Trustee Sabella. No. Trustee Williams. Yes. Trustee Cavazos. Yes. Trustee Guzman. No. Trustee Brooks. That is passed, and we are closing out this item at this time. Trustees, we are closing out 301.
I believe you should grant him the opportunity to make a statement.
No, there's no problem with that. I'm just checking with Ms. Miller. All right. Go ahead, Dr. Jara.
As superintendent of the Clark County School District since my arrival in 2018, I want to be very clear that my focus has never wavered from working every single day to improve the well-being and academic success of our students. While some...
Please, the audience, I do not want to clear the room. Please, he deserves to be able to make a statement without interruption. Please.
While some members of this board seek to continue and try to run the operations of this school district and micromanage me and undermine staff, I have been dedicated to protecting the staff from overreach and interference. My focus on student achievement and well-being has never and will never waver in my career. Unfortunately, a majority of this board did not share the same vision for this community, and the children will suffer because of it. Thank you, members of the board. If I can excuse myself for the evening.
Yes, sir. Please, it is not acceptable to do that. Please, I ask you for some dignity and some respect. Please, we are now going to move on to agenda item 302.
Please, before we get started, the record belongs to the entire executive staff. I hope you know that. You are a toxic leader in this district, and I hope every single one of these parents
seat.
Can you please cut the mic? Do they cut my mic?
Yeah. Cut her mic. I don't work for you. Cut her mic.
No, you work for us.
I really love you guys. I really do. And I hope you guys know how much I work for you.
You don't do it, everybody.
Audience, please, I cannot proceed without calm. Please. Trustee Williams, you're out of order, but so is the audience.
I don't work for you.
All right.
No, you work
All
for
right.
us.
Thank you. We are now moving on to 302. This is 302 item posted pursuant to NRS 386-330. Written request of three trustees. I do not want to call a recess. I really do not want to call a recess. Please. This item concerns myself. This is the item posted pursuant to NRS 386.330. Written request from three trustees. This is rescission of the election of trustee Linda P. Cavazos as president. That is myself. I will have a statement, but I prefer to hear from the public first. So we are going to go to the advance call-in and then the yellow cards. Sarah Conroe, Autumn Tampa, Jamie Chabinsky, Jim Frazee. Is Sarah Conroe here? Yes, yes. The sooner that the audience quiets down, please, so that we can go to the speaker at the mic. Thank you. Ms. Conroe, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sarah Conroe for the record. I can come up here and say all the pretty things about President Cavazos that you'll hear over and over again tonight, and I've probably been hearing for the past few days. I could point out that the people that are coming to her defense are the community members fighting for equity, the ones who get out there and do the work. That student-led organizations are rallying behind her because they see a president who genuinely cares about them. I could talk about the fact that this was a ridiculous retaliation, oh look, there's that word again, in response to putting 3.01 on the agenda for this meeting. But I won't. I'll keep this brief, because we have so many more important things to do here tonight. You have so many things to be focused on that are more important than a petty mean girl action by trying to oust Linda Cavazos 2 months before the end of her presidential term for no actual reason at all. Shall I list a few? Mental health of students and staff. Building a district culture and community worth a darn. The pathetic disaster that is special education in Clark County School District. And literally anything having to do with the education, safety, and well-being of the students and staff of Clark County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conroe. Autumn Tampa, Jamie Chabinsky, Jim Frazee, Vicki Cardell.
Autumn Tampa, speaking as an individual. Quite honestly, I can't believe that this item was brought forth on the agenda. In all my years at CCSD, coming to school board meetings, I have never seen anything like this. I believe I see open hostility of several different trustees towards other trustees. Quite honestly, I call it bullying and harassment. And to me, it's totally unacceptable. And I'm very, very disappointed in everyone doing it. To many of us looking from the outside in, it would appear that 3 of the trustees seem to want to silence and undermine discussion or actions from 3 of the other trustees. And I have to say that the remaining trustee was a wild card and had the courage to vote for conviction. What I see here is mean girl tactics. I believe that this is a retaliation, and I am really disappointed because I've had a lot of respect for people on the board. And I don't believe that someone bringing an agenda item should be punished for bringing it up onto the item. I've been coming to these meetings since 2009, and I have seen many, many presidents. And I'll be quite honest, I feel that Linda Cavazos is probably one of the kindest, most compassionate, and respectful trustees that I have seen as president. I would say some previous ones were a lot more like dictators, and I am disappointed that these attacks have been made public and that they have been, I don't even know what to say. I'm actually tongue-tied, and I'm actually very emotionally overwhelmed by everything that's happened. I believe in stating differences. I believe in stating your opinion, and there's people that know me that know I do that. But I don't do it in a dishonest way, and I try to do it in a constructive way in order to facilitate positive change and find solutions. And I don't see that happening. And the students of CCSD and the employees of CCSD are hurting because of it. I believe you can all do better if you choose to, but you have to choose to change. You have to choose to rise above this and find solutions to work together for the greater good of all. Because I'm quite honestly, I've been here 23 years and I'm ready to walk out. And I never thought I would say that because I love the children. And my heart hurts tonight. And it's been hurting since I've seen this board convene. So I am asking you, please do better because it is hurting everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campo. Jim Chavinsky, Jim Frazee, Vicki Fidel, Bonnie Taylor, Sylvia Lazarus.
Let's talk about Linda. She's my trustee as a resident of District D. And I'm proud to live on the east side, which is very rich in culture and community. It's a tight-knit community where we make fun of the east side, but fight you to make fun of it. I've been following these board meetings for years now, and for the last two have been very vocal, as well you know. The first time I spoke at a trustee meeting was a few years ago when I became the focus of a targeted harassment campaign launched by some former staff members of a bargaining unit. I brought those messages to the board and turned them into the superintendent's office and CCSD PD. And the first to reach out to me after that was Trustee Cavazos. She wanted to make sure I was okay when I was struggling and listened and saw the evidence of people saying cruel and hurtful things to me. She looked into what she could do with her capacity as trustee and reached out to former trustee Dr. Linda Young to get me assistance. Another powerful force for the kids in the community. I wish over the past 18 months we had the benefit of Dr. Young's wisdom and proverbs as we navigated these new waters. As a former teacher and current therapist, Linda knows compassion and how to listen. I know her role as president isn't easy and one I wouldn't relish. I was not surprised to see the letter that Trustee Brooks wrote and submitted to the news. I am no longer surprised at the cruel meal packets I see put out week after week in this boardroom, but I am tired of it. I deal with 14-year-old girls every day of my professional life. I've taught freshmen for 10 years. If you've met a freshman girl, you understand. And they have more decency and decorum than some of you ladies up there on the dais. We have a trustee who actively tweets hateful and bigoted things, who advocated for the abuse of children and said it was a joke, when the real joke is the representation that District E receives. And from a former board president who wants us to use jazz hands and has said at multiple meetings that the community doesn't care about what happens. So you know what I'm angry about? We could have had a level-headed guy who represents the world, and we got Katie Williams. We could have had another career teacher who dedicated her life to CCSD, and until we got for us. And because of that, we have this petty, meaningless attempt to take away the presidency, and it's last 2 months from Linda Cavazos. Some of you have no decency, and I'm ashamed to make decisions for my kids, because I'm the one who shows up every day for my kids. And I expect my 14-year-old girl to bicker and to think, you know, that boy that doesn't like her back is like the worst thing in the world because they're 14. And I was a 14-year-old girl once, and all of you up there were 14-year-old girls once. And you know how 14-year-old girls behave. All of you are grown women, and you represent our kids, and this is what they are seeing. And when I tell you that the kids are paying attention, this is that representation. We need to keep Linda 2 months. Come on, guys, you better.
Thank you, Ms. Chavinsky. Mr. Frazee, Vicki Cridell, Bonnie Taylor, Sylvia Lazarus.
Thank you, Madam President. distinguished trustees. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee. I'm a high school teacher. I also have the honor of being Vice President of CCA. This is the second time in basically as many weeks that a trustee has been accused of breaking confidentiality. Far too often, trustees put their own personal agenda above the people who put them in office. This is why, in my opinion, it is almost November and we are now just getting a contract due to these ethical conflicts. This must end. Certain trustees must start representing their office and understand they are public servants and stop being opportunists for their own personal agenda. Trustee Cavazos is entitled to a full investigation to these allegations. You should not start with her removal before this has happened. She is entitled to due process. Her voting record is not relevant in this decision. That is what elections are for. This process must be transparent. The public deserves and needs to hear the result of both Trustee Cavazos and Trustee Guzman's investigations. This is the only way that our community gets the school district they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Frazee. Vicky Cardell.
Vicky Cardell for the record. Trustee Linda Cavazos has been a light for many people in this district. She's done what great leaders do: listen, reassure, and give us hope in one of the toughest years of our career. So many times educators come to me about a district problem, and we look up who their trustee is so they can reach out. There are certain trustees on this dais that never respond at all. Leaders know that sometimes people who are upset just need to feel heard. You might not be able to fix anything, but to listen and tell them you're sorry this is happening. If you can't even be bothered to do that, then why even run for office? Linda Cavazos has had a very tough time since she became president. She isn't perfect. She doesn't pretend to be. While under tremendous pressure, she's worked to keep us all safe. I don't think I could have carried myself with such grace under fire. So you might be able to take away her president's seat, but you won't change who she is to CCSD and the community. She will still be loved and admired. And those of you seeking to unseat her will be forever known for this action. And we won't forget the next time you run for office. Trust me.
Thank you, Ms. Cardell. All right. We have CCSD police and security taking care of a disturbance in the lobby.
Please check the BLM people in the other room that are disrupting things too.
Security, could we have those exit doors shut, please, for
Yes,
safety?
they did.
Please remain in your seats. Do not go out to the lobby.
She's such a lady, isn't she?
Can we please have security? I'm not calling.
Hey, I know who you are.
Can we please have those exit doors closed for safety, please? Security, can we please have those exit doors closed for safety? People at the exit doors, please move away. Please close the exit doors.
You need to watch out. You keep attacking me, I will take you out. You with your
Thank you. If we could please have officers stay or security stay at all three exit doors, please.
She just threatened me.
All right. Please have audience, please, no interactions. This is a long night. We still have a lot of things on the agenda. We're going to try to get through this one as quickly as possible. Please keep those doors closed. Ms. Taylor, I'm so sorry for the interruption. Can we please have everybody take a seat? We cannot continue with the meeting if people continue running out to the lobby. It just adds to the disturbance.
For all the action.
Well, I think the people that have been so patient here, sir, would like to have some action here go a little faster.
No, you're right, you're right.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, how are you? Good job this morning, brother.
Ms. Taylor, go ahead. I may have to ask you to lean closer to the mic in case there's more noise so that we can hear you clearly, please, ma'am.
Their entire family is disgusting. She flipped me off.
I'm sorry that those personal attacks against my family or any other family will not be tolerated. Everybody will be treated the same.
Good, we'll post it on social media.
Yes. Yes, we do. Please stop any audience interaction. Ms. Taylor has been very patient. All right, please go ahead, ma'am.
Can I have my 3 minutes, please?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you can. You can most certainly have your 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
For the record, Bonnie Taylor. This is agenda item 3.02, and it needs an adjustment. NRS code 386.330 is not the only code that Cavazos is in violation of. Cavazos was again, like all of you, served an affidavit of maladministration on August 10th and has failed to respond to it, which is resulting of a $1,000 a day fine until the complaints of that affidavit are resolved. I have absolutely no idea why you guys don't respond, other than you don't care. She has violated her oath of office, the Nevada Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and NRS codes 200.471 and 205.320, both of which are Category B felonies. These are felonies, you guys. Felonies. Are you paying attention? She's also responsible for setting in motion a $200 million lawsuit against CCSD due to total incompetence on her part. She claims to be a family therapist. I'm a clinician. And yet, on video, she has been caught screaming, banging a gavel, and losing complete control of her own emotions. I'm a clinician. If I were to do that in public, I'd lose my license. Her behavior is a disgrace to therapists and clinicians everywhere. She sits there as if she has authority to decide who can stay and who can't during these meetings based on this. These are public meetings, public accommodation. She doesn't have that authority. She works for us just like all of you do. You all work for us. I am calling for her to step down, resign, and save this board any more embarrassment. And again, don't underestimate me or the people here, or do underestimate us, because that'll be fun.
Elected judges, as opposed to many in my field who think they should be appointed. I authored an op-ed last legislative session, AB 255, and lobbied behind the scenes to make sure that AB 255 would be defeated. I believe in democracy. I believe in elected boards because they are supposed to reflect the will of the people. You're supposed to be a better body that embodies the will of the people. I think several people have said tonight that elected boards are in peril. And the prime number one example is this board. I don't know, I mean, I don't want to, I mean, it's not pleasant to see what we're witnessing. It's just not. I mean, even someone like me that just absolutely believes in democracy and elected boards is extremely painful. It's extremely painful to see young women leaders not be role models. So I ask you on this item, can you please just start over, put aside on this personal stuff that's going on. Be respectful to us, to each other, please. And let's just forget about, whatever's going on between y'all and Linda Cavazos and between this and that. Let's just finish her term, go forward, elect new people, and help us reestablish confidence and trust that you can put children first, that you can be proper fiduciaries, that you can do your job. This is not the way to reestablish trust and confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bozos. Kelly Atkinson, and I don't think Yvette Williams is here. She here now. She would have been next. Katia Sotelo, and then Maria Teresa Lieberman. Kelly?
Kelly Atkinson for the record. We need timely, effective communication for both parents and employees. Please stay home if you're a wannabe insurrectionist. You will not win. Our focus is kids, and those of you chasing your few minutes of infamy can only hold one title: desperate attention seekers. No warnings on Thursday. Wear a mask correctly, or you don't come in, period. Heckling and harassment will not be tolerated. This is your president of the Board of Trustees for CCSD. What is wrong with this picture? A person making decisions about our education system should not be tweeting out things like that. That is not good behavior. A couple weeks ago, I received a phone call from a desperate and heartbroken mother whose child, second grade child, was diagnosed with trichotillomania. Now, President Cavazos should know and be familiar with this term, considering she's a licensed therapist. But for those that are not, trichotillomania is an anxiety or disorder where kids pull on their eyelashes, their eyebrows, and their scalp. They pluck the hair. Experts believe it to be caused when the brain's chemical signals don't work properly. Now, this isn't rocket science. Do you know what the brain needs to function properly? Oxygen. Oxygen. Do you know what inhibits oxygen? Masks. Now, I'm going to go ahead and submit another notice of maladministration to you today. This is the rights of victims, Section 8A. Each person who is the victim of a crime is entitled to the following rights. You are committing a crime. This is child abuse on our children, and it's maladministration. A victim has standing to assert the rights enumerated in this section in any court and jurisdiction over the case. The court shall promptly rule on a victim's request. I am a victim of maladministration. The children are victims of maladministration. I ask you to resign, Linda.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Yvette Williams is not here. Katia Sotelo, Maria Teresa Lieberman. I'm not sure, is Annette Magna still here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she is. Sorry, I didn't see her then. Katia Sotelo and, is that Mercedes?
Yeah, it's a yellow card.
Right. We have to go in the order of these first, and then we go to the yellow cards. But I will give you ample notice. Katia Sotelo, did she leave? I think she did. Yes, I think she should spoke on 3.01. Or Maria Teresa.
Hello again, Maria Teresa Lieberman. For the record, I live in District C, and it's been quite a night. We just got to see something that some of our BIPOC students get to experience every day, and that was a little disgusting. So apologies if I'm nervous. As I sat here thinking about what I was going to say on this agenda item specifically, President Cavazos, your behavior has shown why you should be our president, why you are our president. You have been the most graceful person. Well, some of us are losing our minds back there on all sides, and maybe even up here. You have remained professional. You have remained graceful to everyone, even those that disagree with you. That's leadership. Leadership isn't belittling the people here, which some people do here, and our former superintendent used to do. You are a true leader. So even if sometimes some folks may disagree with you, I think at the end of the day, your character and your behavior today shows us why this agenda item makes no sense at all. It's pure, this is retaliation. We've been talking about the culture of retaliation. This is Team Jara retaliation. So I hope that people vote against it because it's disgusting.
Thank you, Ms. Lieberman, thank you. Annette Magnus, Tommy Henderson, Michael Kershaw, James Garcia.
Annette Magnus, for the record, I'm the Executive Director of Battle Board of Progress, and I'm here today to support Trustee President Linda Cavazos. You know, as I said earlier, my mom works at a school, and this summer, her air got shut off indiscriminately while her students were in the classroom. She tried reaching out to her trustee for her school, which is Paul Cully, and her trustee never responded to her. So she reached out to Linda, because Linda was the only person who would actually respond to her, so that she could get the air back on for the kids in the classroom that she represents. And that's the kind of leadership that I expect from the people we elect. And by the way, you do work for us, and we do elect you, and we can hold you all accountable. So, this is retaliation because you didn't want your boy to get kicked off the council or kicked off Clark County School District, and now you're retaliating against somebody who actually does their job. That's it. It's as simple as that. Vote against this. This is a terrible idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magnus. Tommy Henderson, Michael Kershaw, James Garcia.
Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freedom of speech. Benjamin Franklin. Years later, the Supreme Court ruled debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
He's not here. Don't start.
Okay. Just a moment. Excuse me. All right, I was not able.
Oh my gosh, I should have
Hold on. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry, please let me talk to security. I need to talk to my security person, please. Please.
I know the best, but you sound like Katie up there. You know the best of me.
Sorry, but I'm sorry. Hey, but I'm not trying to. I know you're just doing your job.
Hey, Dyer.
Thank you. Our security will take care of that. Mr. Henderson, I apologize for the interruption. Please begin again. Please, in the audience, if we could stop talking, please. Please go ahead, Mr. Henderson.
Will you please reset the clock?
Yes.
Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. Benjamin Franklin. Years later, the Supreme Court ruled debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now quote Linda Cavazos, esteemed President of the Board of Trustees, Twitter, August 24th, 2021. We need timely, effective communication for both parents and employees. Please stay home if you are a wannabe insurrectionist. You will not win. Our focus is kids, and those of you chasing your few minutes of fame can only hold one title, desperate attention seekers. Hashtag stay home. Days later in September, I spoke to Linda and the trustees. I left the meeting feeling my statement fell on deaf ears, that I don't have an important voice, that CCSD trustees don't listen, and that the 5th largest school district in the nation is an abysmal failure. Hours later, my concerns were validated when the trustees voted 5-1 in favor of a vaccine mandate. It's hard to come back and speak to you again, but to be clear, I'm not here for you, Linda. I'm here for my 4 children, my wife who is one of your own, a 20-year teaching veteran. I'm here for all the parents and all the teachers. Parents, I want to encourage you to continue to be strong, be brave, stand up and speak out and be the voice for our precious little children that can't speak for themselves. Linda, you've publicly stated that wannabe insurrectionists will not win. On October 15th, you retweeted propaganda which stated that parents that speak out at school board meetings are domestic terrorists. Now, I'm not a domestic terrorist. I'm not an insurrectionist. I'm a parent that cares. I'm a parent disgusted with your leadership and inability to just do your job. You proudly claim on Facebook that you were the vice chair for the Democratic Party in Nevada from 13 to 17. Your profile picture has a Biden-Harris sticker. You're not bipartisan, you're not fair or balanced. But in your position, none of the above really matters. By the way, who made you the governor of clapping? Why do you get to decide how or whether it's appropriate for parents to clap in meetings? You force adults to show their support by waving our hands in the air like we are at a church revival, or snap our fingers like toddlers. You can hide behind your mask and your passive-aggressive wording, but the parents understand who you are and what you represent. I'm calling you out for your mean tweets, for gaslighting and virtue signaling. I strongly support the removal of Linda Cavazos from her currently held presidential position. The people have spoken. Are you listening?
Michael Kershaw, Jim Garcia, Diana Batista, Adriana Martinson. And Mercedes, don't give up.
Madam President, members of the board, Michael Kershaw, licensed educator for the record, speaking on item 3.02. I would like to begin by expressing my strong support for President Cavazos as a constituent and a resident of District G, as a graduate of this district, and as a government teacher for this district. It's no secret that across the nation, school board meetings have become more chaotic and divisive between controversial issues like mandates and school closures, individuals deliberately running blatantly partisan campaigns for nonpartisan offices, and concentrated efforts to turn these business meetings into media spectacles. These meetings have unfortunately, disappointingly, become disruptive and quite frankly embarrassing to our community. Through it all, President Cavazos has demonstrated a commendable amount of poise and composure, through unprofessionalism, through pettiness, through a pandemic, through death threats, through Facebook epidemiologists and pretend litigants yelling nonsense at her about the Constitution. Those are not my government students, so it's not my fault, but I do apologize. Even when the superintendent and district leadership went on a media tour manipulating data of student suicides and politicizing them for their own agenda, some of those students who walked the hallways of my school, Rancho High School, through it all, President Cavazos has done what she believes is right for the students of this district. And she's done it with grace not seen from the other people on this board. We haven't always seen eye to eye on issues. Over the summer, I begged and pleaded with the board to vote no on the new grading policies. Those are working out super great. It's awesome. You didn't listen, but I know that you did what you thought was right for the students based on what district leadership was telling you. Because from what I've seen, President Cavazos, you've always done what you believe is right for the students of this district. So that brings to mind a question: why is this even an agenda item? How does this help students? Or is this the result of embarrassing pettiness that plagues this school board? Remember, our students are watching. What example do you want to set? Also, I would like to apologize to the Rancho Rams varsity women's volleyball players tonight, because I meant to go over and see their game and I missed it because of the craziness that has been tonight. So please vote no, trustees, and thank you for your grace.
Thank you, Mr. Kershaw. And James Garcia, is James Garcia here? Okay, and Diana Batista, Brianna Martinson, Natalie Larson.
Diana Batista for the record. I know tonight has been a really difficult night for everybody, and I recognize that. No matter which side you are on, it's a difficult night. Nobody really wins in the end. That's how I see it. I'm an emotional person that really takes to heart, even when I get angry and upset. I still at the end of the night think about those things when I go to bed. I know that this is before the board for a variety of reasons, which I'm sure I don't fully understand at this point. What I will say is there have been a variety of things that I have spoken about, both in emails and public comments. And I will say the one thing that really kind of has stuck out to me is the fact that Ms. Cavazos has taken the time to respond to me. It may not always be the right answer, or it may not always be an answer period, but that it's being addressed. And I recognize that everybody makes mistakes. And everybody has challenges, but I think what I've really respected about Ms. Cavazos in the short time that I have worked with you is that you've always tried to overcome those challenges and really address the concerns when they do come up. And so I recognize that we're all human and we all make mistakes, but I appreciate that you do try to correct them, and that's something that I really appreciate when I look at leadership. So I thank you. My support is for you at this point, and I just want to kind of look everybody in the eyes. I know it's been a really difficult night for everybody, so nobody really wins, and my heart goes out to all of you. Ms. Cavazos, I know that you were in a difficult position tonight, and everybody obviously before the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Batista, very much. Brianna Martinson, Natalie Larson, Henry Thorns.
Good evening. Brianna Martinson here again. This time I'm here to speak about Linda Cavazos. I just read a quote from Linda today that says that we need to do better for our children, and she is correct. Allowing discrimination against children to go on in our school district is horrid. You are supposed to be the leader here, and all I see is you following in the footsteps of higher up government officials. What I don't understand is if it's not mandated to test only the unvaccinated students, and how are we getting away with it? These are children that just want to have a normal life, and you want to hold their vaccine status over their head. It is wrong, it's unethical, and it is illegal. Our children do deserve better. As a mother, I am disgusted for all of you who think that you need to mandate a mask, test, and coerce children to get vaccinated. We have serious anti-bullying protocols to follow at school. As a teacher, I know this. As a mother, I know this. Who gets to report you guys? What are you going to do? What are you going to say to the parents of damaged children who are getting tested, who have to get vaccinated, whatever it may be? When children get tired of being harassed and then give in to getting the vaccine, then they are harmed. How will you live with that? Next, I don't understand how you are okay with losing all of these teachers and staff members. I know we're here to talk about presidency and everything else, and I think it all comes together. Your bullying, harassment, coercion, and discrimination is pushing more and more away. CCSD staff members are dropping like flies, and others are looking for an escape. I want to let you know that if you think that we're annoying and hard to handle now, just wait until you force the rest of us to lose our jobs and we aren't being hushed anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Martinson. Natalie Larson, Henry Thorns, Walter Jones.
Good evening, my name is Natalie Larson. I'm an overly involved parent of 3 CCSD students, and I believe our district has been permeated and it comes from the top. And I don't think that it's one person. I truly don't. I think that there is just a culture that is present, and we need to do something about it. We've got to move forward. I take speaking out very, very seriously. I almost didn't. I don't have any desire to be labeled a certain way or with one group or another, but our words matter. The very first line of GP6 is that you represent CCSD to outside entities. That's part of your job description. And I don't feel that that's being done in a way that thoroughly represents our students. Words matter. The way we say things, it matters. And where there is intent, there is not always action. And so you have to be guarded with your words as a representative of our students. Also, per DP6, you should facilitate meetings where deliberation shall be fair, respectful, open, thorough, timely, and orderly. I don't know that that's being done. And again, I don't know that it's one person. It takes a board. But the culture is permeated from the top. Finally, I got to sit next to your lovely family tonight, and I know they're not up there, so I'm not going to say anything about them. But it's a reflection. So thank you so much for your time tonight. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Is Henry Thorns here? Or has he left? He has left? Is Walter Jones here? They're gone. Okay, thank you. Jessica Allen is not here. Maria Nieto is here. After that would be Camila Bywaters, Fernando Romero, and Dolly Rowan. Maria, go ahead.
Alrighty, well, good night now. I don't want to make this super long because I know we're probably all super tired. But I am in solidarity with President Linda Cavazos, and I do think that, well, I do know that this motion is complete retaliation, and I do believe that the board should vote against it if you do stand with teachers, because as people have said before, the entire messaging tonight was retaliation, and this is retaliation. So how are teachers and students supposed to come up and talk to y'all if you are retaliating against your president and not standing united? President Linda Cavazos has 2 months left in her term. It's not okay. And our students, our teachers, and future generations deserve a unified board from now. Not 2 months from now, not a year from now, now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nieto. I don't believe I missed anybody that was on the advance list. Please let me know. I do have a stack of yellow cards here. Were you on the list, ma'am? What is your name, please? I'm sorry? Veronica, I don't, did you fill out one of these or did you call in?
Called in.
You called in? Okay, don't have you on the list. Ms. Crone, did we had all the catch up with the,
I called on Thursday afternoon.
all right, what we can do is have you come up after these others and we'll just have you fill out a yellow card. I'm not sure what happened, but I apologize. Fernando? Oh, I'm sorry. Fernando, I did this wrong. It's actually Camila that is first. Where is she?
Not here.
She's not here. Okay. Do you know if she's left? She's left. All right. Okay. All right. Fernando, please go ahead.
Thank you. Worry not, I just ordered breakfast for everybody. Fernando Romero, for the record, President Hispanics in Politics. Linda Cavazos is my trustee. I am proud of her courage, her resiliency, her honesty, and yes, her leadership. I respect her and I trust her. I support her and I am appalled as to this outrageous retaliation. Please vote in favor of Linda Cavazos. She deserves everybody's vote. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Camila has left. All right, Dolly, Rowan, and then Mercedes Krause.
Hello, Dolly. Hello, my dear friends.
do you believe you're doing the right thing?
Can't hear you too well. Can you lean closer to that? I know you're a little hoarse there.
I know each of you believe you're doing the right thing. That's why you do it. But I work in the schools, and what's happening is horrific. I feel like our district is the Titanic and it's sinking. But tonight's vote gave me hope. Not many of you know that I was a Jara fan and I followed him everywhere and supported everything he did until he wanted to force us back into the buildings during the pandemic without a vaccine. I have family members that have died, friends that have died of this COVID, and whether you believe it or not, it's okay, I'm not going to argue. But there's been some board of trustees here that have given me such hope. And I believe that we can improve this district if we continue to work together. I cannot say enough how much gratitude I have for those board members who listen to the staff, the ones that are in there doing our very best to give our students the education they deserve. Things were not going to get better. This district was not going to get better sadly with Jara here. And I am just so grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now please do the right thing. Linda Carhata has been elegant, trustworthy. She listens to the staff who are trying to do what's best for our students. Please. We know, everybody in the room knows this is retaliation, and I apologize humbly, and I am so grateful for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Val. Mercedes Kress.
Mercedes Kress for the record. I wasn't planning on speaking. I really don't have anything eloquent to say. I can't sit there in my seat with this vote about to happen without speaking up. Number one, I'll just speak personally. As an educator and a member of a minoritized community, you, Linda Carbazos, are one person that I felt that I can go to and feel heard. And when I'm nervous or afraid or hurting because of things that are happening, I feel that you have been there, and I appreciate this. That's why I cannot stay in my seat. Secondly, I just want to really ask those who, we're looking closely at your votes, please really dig deep and use your conscience. Let go of any personal, political, any other motivations. Really look at her work and her role as a president and what grace she has shown, what leadership. It's appreciated by our community. It's appreciated by diverse communities. And I ask you, please, dig deep in your conscience. If you're not able to vote with a clear conscience, please abstain from that vote then. But please, I beg you, it is very important to many of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercedes. I mean, Ms. Kress. Sorry. Hannah Conroe, Alexa Saw, Jenna Robertson, Darlene Anderson. Sorry, Hannah. There she is. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong place, but I know you're saying.
Hannah Conroe for the record. President Cavazos has been doing a great job given the circumstances. She's often battling her backseat driver, Trustee Brooks, which is irritating to watch. I think the real issue on the board is Lola Brooks. She was always getting into it with Trustee Ford and Trustee Young, and now she's always correcting Trustee Cavazos. Maybe it's Trustee Brooks who is the instigator in all the board drama. It seems to me that she wasn't removed last. It seems to me that she wasn't removed last year as president.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dara, but we want to refrain from personal attacks, but you can give your message, but I think you understand. Thank you.
I'll rephrase it. It seems to me that if in previous years the president has not been removed, that you shouldn't be, that President Cavazos shouldn't be removed right now either. And I mean, Cavazos isn't the one at the moment, it's an ethics report against her right now, so I think that we can keep her elected 2 more months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Please no clapping. Alexis Salt, Jenna Robertson, Darlene Anderson, and Nicholas Fidai. I think I said his name right this time.
Hi, Alexis Salt for the record. There have been far more egregious things said and done by trustees. I know Trustee Brooks had one of her friends call me a skank. Trustee Williams likes to tweet out at least once.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm here for my board, but I don't have to look there. Alexis, if we could just like leave names out, maybe get the message out.
One trustee had sorry, is my mic on? Okay. One trustee had a friend tweet out really disparaging things in a campaign. Another trustee likes to tweet that I lost my election, which I think is really kind of funny. Like, my knees don't hit the floor every day, and I don't thank the good Lord above that I'm not sitting in that seat, because I guarantee you, I probably wouldn't go well. I never wanted this job. So, but it's ridiculous. This is mean girl behavior. This is retaliatory behavior, and everybody up there knows it. We're sitting here talking about how we have a real problem in the school district with retaliation. You cannot speak out in Clark County School District, even if it's on behalf of children, without facing some sort of negative consequence. This is true from support staff, this is true for teachers, this is true for building administrators, and if you're really lucky, or if you're me, you get them attacking you personally. There's nobody on that board who has shown more class than President Linda Cavazos. No one. And it's almost as if the previous president has this idea that no one will ever be as good as her at the job, and so she has to sit there and she has to give her helpful advice or whatever. But this is, if my 9th graders, I teach 9th grade and I have a 9th grade daughter, and if her friends were behaving this way, they would all be dragged down to what used to be the dean's office and dealt with. And you all know it. You know it. I can see from some of you looking at, you know this isn't right. You know this isn't retaliation. Somebody who you both, I think, considered a friend, a personal friend, has been, we had a teacher put on administrative leave because he was saying mean things about one of the trustees online. Of course she's going to vote to keep him, and of course she's going to vote to get rid of the person who put it out there that he's not there anymore. But what President Cavazos is doing is she is doing what real leaders do, which is it doesn't matter to her if she keeps her position or not, because the job has been done. Or I'm sorry, the mission has been accomplished, because sometimes you have to, put yourself out there and blow yourself up in order to accomplish the mission. And on behalf of every teacher, every single teacher who has reached out to me and given thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I said whatever.
Jenna, I see Jenna standing right there looking at me. Jenna Robertson. She's getting ready to walk down to the podium. Darlene Anderson, Nicholas Fidai, and then Terry Sherman. Sorry, my eyes are starting to fail, and you guys are making me cry. So Jenna, don't carry that. Don't carry that for me.
Jenna Robertson, for the record. I'm the mom of 5 CCSD students. I'm an engaged parent. I'm a SOC chair and a badge school volunteer. I've been an active participant at your board meetings for a few years now. And the first thing I learned is that every trustee has the same vote. It's weighted the same. It counts the same. It affects my kids and my family and our lives exactly the same, whether or not you're from my district or not. So pre-pandemic, when there was a community engagement events being held by the trustees, I would often bypass events in my own district and make my way to those held by trustee Cavazos. I've always found her to be communicative, helpful, accessible, and engaged. I didn't plan to speak tonight. I almost didn't even come. Why does my opinion matter? I am a mom. Then my 8-year-old said that if her brave bestie, over there, could stand up here and speak to you tonight, then so could I. So I got in the car and I'm here. But my confidence in this district is not high right now. I'm disappointed about a great many things. But the performance of Linda Cavazos as board president has not been one of them. Since taking the role of president, I still find her to be communicative, helpful, accessible, and engaged. Trustees, I thank each of you for the service to our children. Each of you, I do. I believe you care about our kids. It's not written here. I know you guys care about our kids. But if the first thing I learned was that all trustee votes are equal, the second thing I learned was that your job cannot be an easy one. I sincerely appreciate each of you. I do. I do not, however, find each of you to be communicative, helpful, accessible, or engaged. President Cavazos is. I hope that she serves out her term in this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson. I started getting a little bit too casual here. I had Darlene Anderson next, and then Nicholas Badai, and then Terry Schumann. Darlene?
Thank you, Linda.
Sorry,
It was an
Ms.
opportunity.
Anderson.
It was an opportunity to meet with you at one of your community meetings and talk with you and share my concerns. However, when I came to the board, I was kind of shook up. And that's when I got the letter that we were people. I am an American citizen. I don't understand how you don't understand. My dad served 26 years in the Air Force. And my mother worked as a nurse in UC Davis Medical Center. And that's called giving back. And as you sit there, I would just like to understand what happened to the data for the African American children. What causes all this chaos, as we cannot identify how all children have the same access. I find it funny that we can sit up there and smirk and talk about each other, because that's so unacceptable and so unacceptable. And I'm just trying to understand, this is the outer limits. It's probably not that time. And I'm not trying to be funny, because when children would choose to commit suicide because they're being bullied, it's real. They don't have other options. But when you can sit up here and smirk and attack each other and bring no data to the platform that would allow us to disaggregate and understand exactly what's happening, we don't know. A lot of people don't even know in this room that you can't spend the money because it's not being released from the federal government. And that is the bottom line. You don't have the data for the children who are generating the federal dollars. Linda realizes it and started to talk about the unethical things that have happened in the past. And then you guys started attacking her. And I said, wow, this is America. But I look at America and I understand right now, when we're looking at a crisis in our nation, we're also looking at a crisis in our district because you're promoting more hate. Because you're giving people an opportunity to think about that American Rescue money as if they should have an opportunity to talk about it. And I'm going to tell you, it's for learning loss, and it was not generated by the children who are benefiting from the EBT cards that have no idea why they got those EBT cards. Amazing. What should we do with it? Well, we're going to donate it. No, they should have got it, but they were getting resources that were entitled to the children who are not getting resources. We're sitting in the juvenile hall. 88% of African Americans, you feel so righteous to talk about people need to get a job after 12 years of public education. What is that? I just want to know, because when you get out of 12 years of public schools, when we're paying, everybody pays, just like we're having, you know, the Raiders and Snoop Dogg and the halftime show, they're paying taxes. Well, what's happening to our children? You need to understand, we're Americans, and we are here, and we are not going anywhere.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is Nicholas Badai still here? I have Terry Schumann, Rudy Zamora, Tyler Smith of Logandale, and let's see, Mercedes, I think I have a duplicate on yours. So let's go ahead with the Schumann. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, we've been here a while. Good evening. My name is Terry Schumann. I'm a CCSD employee. And I also was going to be one of those that was going to speak tonight because of I don't want it to come out in negative, but it is bound to. I want to say, Linda Cavazos, last year when the pandemic started, I reached out to you. I live in a Wheatley, and our Wi-Fi is not the best. I reached out to Linda Cavazos because I still needed to teach our kids, and we were online. And my Wi-Fi was not working, and I needed a hotspot. And I heard about all the parents getting the hotspots. Via when I contacted Linda, she was able to go through the channels and I was able to get a hotspot. So I wanted to say thank you for that. It's the little things that she does. I remember when you first came to ESCA and came to promote yourself as being a trustee. And just the fact that you wanted to reach out to everybody that was in the room that day, that you wanted to shake hands and introduce yourself. And I feel, I'm not sure what the word is, but I feel like she's been caught in a catch-22. This board has not been supportive for her. It's always been a 4-3 vote. I mean, I almost sat back there too. I'm calling it out already. It's going to be 4-3. Thank God one of the trustees crossed the line because she had been on that poor side. Tonight she took her heart, her guts, and everything else and put it into action to vote what she thought was the right answer. Trustee Brooks, when you were president, I supported you. I thought that you were a great president. And now I'm just asking you guys to show your respect and your desire to work together as a unit, no matter who your president is, for our sake as employees, our sake for our children, that you work together. You know, I can stand up here and preach that all day long, but it has to be on your part. And each one of you have to make a decision tonight that you want to work together. It's not Cavazos again with the 2 or 3 now against the other. There shouldn't be any division here. There's only one reason why you're here, and that's for our kids. And we need to come together.
Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you so much. We have Rudy Zamora. I'm going to read off a few names because I think some people have left. We have Rudy, I believe that's Sister Smith up there, and Cecily Gallant, and Deshante Marshall. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you for the record again. Rudy Zamora. I'm here as an SLT chair for my school, as a parent of a first grader. I do want to start by saying that one of the trustees up there has been sitting here without a mask for over 30 minutes. You have asked all of us to wear our mask, and you are not doing the same thing with the trustee. So I will ask that if you're requiring us to wear our mask, that all trustees are also doing that. Yeah, she just walked out. But the other thing was
I'm so sorry. I did not realize that there was a trustee. I was not looking over there. I did not realize that there was somebody not wearing a mask. And you are correct. We are not under separate rules or privileges. If we ask you guys to wear masks and our children to wear masks, then we need to be doing that. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you.
I apologize for interrupting you.
Thank you. And the other thing we've heard, this is retaliation. We have seen previous board presidents by Pelotons. They weren't asked to resign. They weren't asked to step down from the presidency. The other thing is, tonight's a big night. We're going to be talking about racism in schools. It blows my mind that this is brought on by a white woman to a Latina president. And let's just be honest, the only Latina trustee on the board that is accessible to our community and that has answered my phone calls, even though you're not my trustee, and has addressed the concerns that not only I as a parent have, but other parents in the community. Again, we need to call it out as it is. This is an attack on a Latina woman by another white colleague. So we need to address that, and we cannot just not talk about it. We need to call the elephant in the room. So again,
By a Latino.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am a Latino. I might look white, but I'm sorry to tell you, I am an immigrant born in Colima, Mexico. So boom, you can't argue with that. So thank you. Again, this is total racist attack on you, and I'm sorry that you have to go through that.
Thank you, Tyler Smith, Cecily Gallant, and Shante Marshall. Please, no talking or interaction in the audience, please. I beg of you, please, so that we can go forward, please. Mr. Smith.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak a second time. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I have a little bit more to say. I feel that we were all very disingenuously led to believe that a school year would be different. At the beginning of the summer, we were told that there would be no masks. Then later in the summer, we were told that there would be only a couple of grades with masks. And then once your enrollment numbers got up to where you wanted them, the mask mandate came down a couple weeks before school started. Masks don't work. In 2010, a study from Oxford came out saying that masks don't work. Fabric materials may provide marginal protection against nanoparticles, including those in the size range of virus-containing particles in exhaled breath. Schools have not been super spreader events. Schools have not been areas of mass transmission of the coronavirus. And yet, our children are dealing with stress and anxiety and frustrations as they are asked to wear a mask, or if they forget to wear a mask because it is not natural, it is not normal, then they are sent to the office to get a mask and humiliated. They are also marked tardy and other issues that we have to deal with. There is no data that shows that masks are effective, especially in schools for our children. It is completely disingenuous. It was lying that we would be able to come to school without masks. And then 2 weeks before school starts, we have masks. I am requesting to do a reevaluation and to come to us as parents of these children to show us the actual data, the actual numbers, the real science, not the projected science or the fake science, that shows that masks actually do work. It's very frustrating as a parent looking at these school board meetings and seeing all of the contention and all of the craziness that goes on. I tried to watch some of these school board meetings over Zoom because the school was shut down. And I felt like I was watching an episode of Jersey Shore or Southern Nevada Housewives. It was crazy the cattiness that has gone on, and that is completely unrealistic and disagreeable for leaders to act that way. I implore you to do better. If I could be there, I would be there, but I cannot be there. Also, I just want to say, on my way out, Ms. Brooks, you're the one that was sleeping with Dr. Jara, is that right?
Security, will you please make sure that that person is escorted out? Please wait
No wonder she covered up the Peloton bike.
I am sorry that that happened.
We're not.
I personally apologize to Trustee Brooks that that person did that. I can handle this. I can handle it. Please. Trustee Williams, please put your mask on.
I will in a second.
No, you don't.
I will be leaving soon because my daughter has a Halloween party. It is clear to me that you cannot control your own boardroom. It is clear to this entire board
was actually being very nice for most people. I don't care. I don't work for you. I don't work for you.
Ms. Miller, is she out of order or is she out of order?
Pretty sure I don't work for you.
I'm pretty sure you're out of order.
That's okay. That's your opinion. And you're an expert at your opinion. Don't we all know that?
To leave, Trustee Williams,
It
and you
works
need to
for
leave
us.
now if you're not going to put your mask on. You want to take your attention away from the really terrible.
I'm pretty sure every time you don't kick out someone who outbursts in this room, that you take the attention away from the actual.
Goodbye, Trustee Williams.
No, it's okay. I'll be your Let me get my things. I'll leave it on forward trustee board and I'll get my way.
Please put your mask on. We cannot
control your room.
Please remember that you work for these people.
Yeah, and she can leave it off.
Trustee Williams, we cannot have different rules for the trustees than we do have for our constituents and our children.
Good, then everybody take your mask off.
Please put your mask on.
Sir, you're being
You're not in danger.
Oh, okay. Well, I was off that clock.
I think recess would be a great idea.
No, we're not doing recess.
Oh, we're not going to recess for anyone. We can't have a conversation.
Okay.
Just leave her.
Remove her. Remove her.
Because you went behind everyone's back and did this. We need some help here. Can we have
Excuse me, what we're going to do,
Leave it all.
what we are going to do.
Says Linda.
Don't leave. Don't
No,
leave.
Katie, you guys are going to do that.
Unprofessional. Get out.
I'm pretty sure they want it. It seems like, and are we supposed to listen to the officers?
Is Cecily here?
It seems like an attempt to close the meeting.
Here's what
I
we're
don't
going
think I
to
was
do.
talking to you, Danielle.
Here's what we're going to do. Yes.
I demand you all resign now. We demand you resign now.
You know what? We're not going to do a recess. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put on the record that I have asked several times for Trustee Williams to follow the same rules that we ask our children, our parents, our constituents. Many of them do not agree. We are just going to put on the record that she has declined, and because you guys have been here so long, we're moving on.
Okay, yeah. I've been saying things about Linda all day.
Cut her mic. Cut her mic.
Go ahead.
I'm much louder than a microphone.
Go ahead.
Cut it anyway.
Throw you out.
Trustee Williams, will you leave me no other choice? Continue talking. I'm going to ask Mr. French to cut your mic, and I do have the authority.
It's okay, Mr. French. You can cut my mic.
All right, thank you.
It's my choice.
Ms.
It's
Gallo,
my choice.
you are
Not that you give anyone else a choice.
You are taking time.
That's all right. You take time away from everyone. All the time. In closed sessions, on this board, in briefings.
I say we call a vote now. Get her out.
Please go ahead, Ms. Gallo. Please go ahead. I apologize for the unprofessional behavior of my colleagues. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I really appreciate you, and thank you for your grace and professionalism once again. Something that other board members, unfortunately, are unable to demonstrate. Trustee Cepeda, I want to thank you. You're mine. You are from my district. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart as a constituent and as someone who has voted for you and will continue to do so based on your actions tonight. And if you continue to look up to the people that you should look up to for leadership and for guidance and how to conduct yourself in this career, I think that Trustee Cavazos is an excellent example of that. And I believe that we've seen multiple examples and heard from multiple people about how engaged she is and how she has the trust of the community. And I really do hope that you follow in her footsteps. Danielle Ford, I've also been very, very happy to see you doing much the same and being more involved in the community. And I just want to say thank you as well. Okay, I have children in your district, and I live in yours. So I feel like I'm kind of covered across the board here. And I just want to say thank you, and I do hope that they vote to not go through with this absolutely childish nonsense that we saw on display moments ago.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. Shashanti Marshall.
Oh, I did?
I'm sorry. Hold on a second here. Oh, we have to go to the wrong section. Shashanti, I'm sorry. We didn't have you on the wrong stack right here. We have a few more. I want to apologize profusely for the interruption just happened. And I apologize that Trustee Williams took away from the apology that was owed to Trustee Brooks, and she chose to take that time away from her colleague to be out of order and to state those things. Because I do believe that Trustee Brooks deserves an apology, and that person was removed. We're moving on to Jocelyn Cuevas, Amy Rush, Darlene Anderson. Darlene, I think I already had spoken on that, but you did have some other ones that are coming up. And then Fernando Romero, and then the last one that we have is Anna Binder on this issue. Please go ahead, Jocelyn.
Hello, so good night everyone, and for the record, my name is Jocelyn Cuevas, and to be honest, I've had a really long day today, waking up at 5 in the morning, like I've been doing all week to make sure that we're out fighting for citizenship for all, but I couldn't stop but helping myself to come to this meeting to come and support President Linda Cavazos. I have been working with Mi Familia Vota with immigration these past couple months, and it's been amazing to see the way that she reaches out to the community, the way that she comes and listens to us and listens to the students on the things that they want to see. I speak to students all the time, and I tell them what are the issues they care about, and the highest one has always been mental health. They've been through a rough year, and it's amazing to be able to say that their president was a previous therapist that cares about their mental health in CCSD. And this is why I'm out here, no matter how late it is, no matter how early of a day it was, to make sure that we are all out here on the school board and everyone else supporting President Linda Cavazos and not letting this go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cuevas. I have Amy, is it Rush? Rush, I'm so sorry. And then Fernando Romero, and then on the binder, and I believe Veronica. Yes, and if you can go ahead and get in the queue. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Amy Roach, for the record. President Cavazos, as a teacher, I'm honestly torn whether I'm in support of you or not, because time and again, teachers have brought major issues to the board, and we have not seen changes. But I recognize you are supported by other teachers that you see here tonight. If you are to stay, Ms. Cavazos, I want to see true support of our teachers. Many teachers, both unions, including myself, and non-union, have reached out to our union reps and negotiated regarding concerns over our health insurance, but they are met with the same response. We must keep the trust. Union member or not, the union is supposed to be the voice of all teachers, but not all voices are being heard, or they are ignored. There are multiple voices demanding that PhD be dropped, but we are told we are in the minority. So we did our own survey regarding health care, seeing as that is something we never see from the union. Teachers' Health Trust is the Titanic. Providers have jumped ship, and the teachers are left drowning in debt and with serious lack of providers. Trustee Cavazos, you also are not listed as a participating provider. No matter how much money you throw at the trust, it will not bring providers back. It may in the future, but our concern is the present. If there are few providers, it doesn't matter how much money the district contributes to that, is the real problem concerning us. When asked on a scale of 1 to 5 how satisfied teachers were with our current health insurance, an overwhelming 87% selected dissatisfied or strongly dissatisfied. Most teacher surveys have had 4 or more providers in the last 24 months. When asked why, top 2 answers were providers no longer take Teachers' Health Trust and provider was not being paid. I personally have had 10 providers drop THT. This is incredibly frustrating, having a debilitating disease. I need specialists, and there aren't any experts left that take Teachers' Health Trust.
I teach every day with chronic pain, and I can't find participating providers to take our insurance. 73% of teachers have struggled to find new providers, quoting wait times of several months. That is not acceptable. 61% of teachers are willing to pay premiums for more providers, as well as lower deductibles, co-pays, and out-of-pocket maximums. I was at a charter school, and I paid, of 6 choices, the highest level, $100, and my deductible was 1/3 of Teachers Health Trust. My co-insurance was 30/70 as opposed to 50/50, and let's face it, with providers aren't taking our insurance, they're all out of network. We are all out of network. And our out-of-pocket maximum was half of what it is with the trust. Ms. Casabos, please help us. Many of your supporters here tonight do not want Teachers Health Trust. We want choice and health care.
Thank you, Ms. Roche. Fernando Romero, Anna Bonder, and Veronica Melton. Fernando, please step out. I don't see him, so let's go to Anna Binder and then Veronica Melton.
Madam President, members of the board. Many know me very well. I've spent a lot of time in this room with all of you. As many of you also know, that when I started my relationships with each of you, that they didn't all start pretty. I know that almost a year ago today, I said some really bad things about Trustee Ford. I said some really bad things about Trustee Young. I said some really bad things about a lot of our trustees last year. And as I just said a couple of meetings ago, where I started and where I sit today is because of some really amazing community members and some really amazing people that I realized that are not just my children, all of our children matter. Diana laughed, but I would not have grown, still growing, learning anything, learning how to be brave. Bree Brown has a little saying about social media and being the brave one to sit in the church that you guys do. And as others have said tonight, that some of us can't imagine sitting up there through everything that each and every single one of you have been through and had to listen from our community and everything. And when I hear some things, I don't understand, because there's only one trustee that I've never actually spoken to personally or reached out to, and that is Trustee Cepeda. I've seen her at community things. When I was helping out like another student group, I helped them with what they wanted, and Trustee Garcia Morales actually wrote me back. I have never not had a single trustee, when I have reached out to them, whether it was for parents in their district or an issue in their district, not be responsive. So sometimes I just can't comprehend when people stand up here and say that there's failures. I hear about, people say it, I just don't understand it. Because every single one of you, like I said, as you guys all know, I talk to so many parents and I try to help so many people. I have never been ignored, and those parents have never been ignored. And I think someone earlier said we have parents of 320,000 students in our district. Take the number as you will. But we have a huge majority of parents that are silent and just go about life and get through all these issues. And I do want to say thank you for everything that you guys all do. I cannot even imagine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. I don't see Fernando that has come back in, so Ms. Melton. Thank you for your patience, and I'm sorry if we mix something up. Sometimes we have some problems with the phones, and that I think you said you called in on Thursday, so here you are now, and if you would just fill out one of those cards when you're done speaking. Yes. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Melton,
and I am the founder and president of the Giovanni Melton Foundation. I'm here to support President Linda Cavazos so that she can continue her work as president of the Clark County School District Board of Trustees. I have also personally witnessed shocking online meetings where it has been stated that it's not about facts. Well, the person that stated that is right. It hasn't been all about the facts for a very long time. It has been about popularity contests, prematurely closing of meetings, and circus acts, with one clown in particular. I have also observed Linda Cavazos maintain her composure when she has been verbally bashed by board members and the public alike. Needless to say, she has maintained her composure and demeanor the way a real professional does. She has not let the buffoonery and antics prevent her efforts in doing the right thing to enhance policies that will protect our students' education. Even when blindsided by bureaucratic soliloquies that ramble on and on to distract her from upholding her mission to make just decisions for the students of the Clark County school system. This board needs to collectively work together and stop putting their own selfish interests before the welfare of our students. She has grappled with the Board of Trustees so they can have civil communication and collaboration. From here, it looks like their goal is to bring chaos and disruption at every turn. I am proud that she has supported the equal rights for all of our children of color and LGBTQ students in our school district. Nevada seems to want to continue with archaic values that have only created bullying from the Board of Trustees down to the classrooms. Not only has she fought for children's equality and protection, but she has also worked for many years as a therapist, providing psychological counseling to our youths. She has also provided trauma counseling as a therapist when my son Giovanni Melton was shot and murdered on November 2nd, 2017, because his father could not accept him for being gay. She provided counseling to all of his friends at Coronado High School. When she is not working as a board member, she has helped many people, also people that have been grappled with gun violence. So I'm here I am. Where are we? A moment in which she has now been the brunt of political assassinations from her own school board. And her only fault has been to uphold fairness and sticking to policies that will improve the Clark County School District. When I see Linda Cavazos, I believe that there is a chance that we can all work together. I don't know all of you personally, and some of you I did have on my Facebook at one time, but I've decided that I want to be able to support Linda Cavazos because she has always been fair with everybody. And even if you do not agree with whatever her ideas are.
I'm sorry, Ms. Melton. I thank you for your kind words. We have to stick to the 3-minute time limit. Thank you for your patience.
Even when other people are disrespectful, you still respect them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. Have I missed anybody on the list, either on the yellow cards or on, I have missed you? I'm sorry, what is your name?
Chelsea Fisher?
Yes, did you sign up for 302?
Yes.
Okay, was it on the same yellow card as on the other issue you spoke on?
I filled out 3 separate ones, so it's possible that maybe it was seen as a double.
Please hold on just a moment, please.
We move on.
Chelsea, it'll take us more time to look through that than to just let you come up and then fill out another card because we don't seem to have it in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Chelsea Fisher, for the record. I thought I was going to be done speaking tonight, but I filled out another yellow card so that I could speak on this matter. So one of the things that I wanted to address, which I addressed previously, was the masks in school, which are illegal mandates. As somebody with immune deficiency who is at a high risk for death from COVID, masks do not protect me. Nobody getting vaccinated protects me. I survived COVID last year with blood in my lungs. I don't feel that masks should be in schools, so I was very disheartened to hear the whole entire board vote to not only continue masks, which have still no proven facts and science behind the fact that they work. I feel like it's taken away from children's education. The fact that the schools still haven't figured out how to handle this, we're over a year and a half into this pandemic. Our taxes don't pay for our children to be taught by a Chromebook. Our taxes pay for our children to be taught in person, and that is a parent's choice. If we want our children to be in a classroom, masked or not masked, we are aware of the risks of COVID, and I don't feel that that is a school board's decision to make or to follow an illegal mandate by the governor. I can't speak on whether or not you are, a good person in the schools, since my children are not in this county, but I will say that considering you are a board member, you're supposed to remain neutral. I was very appalled when I learned of your Twitter and the tweet that you put up about parents being insurrectionists, which implies that you have a bias on parents there. And you've continued to leave it up, which in my opinion shows that you don't think that you have to answer to anybody for that, and that's very concerning to me. Maybe a good thing in the future would be for vouchers or a way to separate parents that disagree with the mask mandates. Maybe we can get vouchers for children to go to a private school where we have our rights. I don't know really what else to say aside from that. Vote for Joey Gilbert, who's suing all of these illegal mandates. That would be
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I don't think you said exactly on topic, but thank you for your comments. Have I missed anybody on either the advance or the yellow cards? Somebody raising their hand back there. I don't see anybody. Trustee Sabetta, have we missed anybody on the yellow cards? I thank everybody for their comments. I'm going to turn this over now. I do have a statement, but in the interest of time, I'm going to refrain from reading a further statement and turn this over to my colleagues so that I do not take up any more of your time. If I feel that it's necessary to read the statement, I will, but I'm going to try to refrain from doing that. Trustees, we have concluded public comment on 3.02. Trustee Brooks. I'm sorry, Trustee Brooks?
Trustee Garcia Morales for the closures.
All right, Trustee, if that's okay with Trustee Brooks, go ahead. Trustee Garcia Morales.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. The perceived failure of our superintendent is a direct result of the failure of this board. We've not only failed our one employee, we have failed ourselves, our community, our kids, and our family, and absolutely no one wins. A leader takes responsibility for finding the potential in people and processes, and has the courage to develop that potential. A leader also knows how to collaborate and build towards unity. Tonight I have planned to talk about unity on the board and the importance for us to rebuild our group grounded in trust. However, it is incredibly challenging to talk about unity when we just lost our one employee. While I'd like to strive for aspirational unity, it feels like an utter fantasy in this moment. We need a leader who can help us get through this next moment that requires a tremendous amount of unity. This moment will define the future of our district for our children. This is why I'd like to make a motion for item 3.02 to rescind the election of our president.
Thank you, Trustee Garcia Morales. Do we have a second for Trustee Garcia Morales' motion?
I'll second that, but I also have a statement.
All right, we have a second by Trustee Brooks, and she would like to make a statement, and if we can keep those brief if possible.
It's been a long year, so I'll try.
I obviously know that this is probably a failed motion, but I still support this. When I requested this item, it was an effort to get you to reflect on whether your leadership had been a contributing factor to our collective dissatisfaction.
Please let the trustee speak.
Instead
Please.
of doing so, you held a press conference and denied any wrongdoing. I find that troubling since I've personally contacted you multiple times to express my concerns regarding your leadership. Due to your uneven treatment of board members, your failure to include the board liaison in meetings to help you actually move the board forward, your failure to maintain contact with the superintendent, your shifting the blame for items that were not addressed that fell clearly within your domain, and your persistent unwillingness to meet with me to discuss how to move forward. I agree that it would have been easier to look the other way and let you ride out these 2 months, knowing your time in this position ends soon. But I wonder, at that time anyways, what kind of message that would send if the majority of us knew of your abuses of power, micromanagement, avoidance of accountability, and excessive controlling of everything except the things that are clearly your responsibility. It takes courage to state the truth in a room full of people unwilling to hear it. I requested this item after giving you an ultimatum. I didn't think my demands were unfair. The first option seemed pretty straightforward. Acknowledge your contributions to this issue and commit to moving this board forward while adhering to board policies and performing your duties properly. This is a very formal way of asking you to do your job. Many people are claiming this is retaliation, and I have allowed you to fill in gaps of information that have been detrimental to the truth. I've resisted the urge to go public with this for the exact reason that we're witnessing at this moment. Now I feel some context is required for this conversation, and I have no choice but to provide some insight to the public. You started this off by revising policies that were publicly posted, which then led to Trustee Ford filing a false ethics complaint against me. And she has continued to harass me every day since. You started the first month of your presidency by fighting over board offices. This is a task that took previous board presidents approximately 5 minutes. During the first week of February, you reached out to me and Deanna Wright to ask us how assigning offices worked. We didn't understand the difficulty of assigning 3 empty offices to 3 incoming trustees. Turns out you were insisting on moving a staff member so that you could assign an incoming trustee with the smallest possible office available. When you were told no, you insisted that you had the right to move staff members who were not under your supervision, and then you continued to fight about it. You began your presidency by adding agenda items outside of board policy, which clearly stated you needed to request the items in public. I advised you on the proper process after your first attempt. You could have rectified the situation, but instead you decided to double down. You asked people to flood the board with emails urging support for your item, and when the board suggested tabling it so we could focus on opening schools, you went online and encouraged people to harass us by misrepresenting the facts. You've now done this several times, so claiming you lacked awareness is not a valid excuse. This has led to a board that is consistently distracted by external groups and special interests, while the foundational elements of educating children remains unaddressed. You seem to befriend every negatively charged group you can find. I don't know if it's because you legitimately think you can resolve their issues or not, but so far that hasn't been the case. Community members have reached out to question why you've attended meetings outside of your district with groups who badger the superintendent and another trustee in a very unprofessional and gross manner. You allowed Trustee Ford to present a slideshow presentation based on a fictional accounting of events that never occurred, neglecting to clue everyone in that you were the one who edited policies outside the board's boundaries. You allowed her to slander Joe Caruso and the superintendent, who have more legal protections than elected officials. During contract negotiations with Superintendent Jara, confidential information was mysteriously leaked to a blogger. Board members were the only ones with access and motive to do this. When I expressed my concern about this to you, you deflected and spent the entire time talking about a conspiracy you heard about me working with CCEA to remove you as president. I told you that makes no sense since the public is not required to weigh in on the fitness of you being board president. I asked you to research who may have leaked information. To my knowledge, you made no attempt to do so. When approving the superintendent's contract, you and your peers hid behind a bogus excuse in an effort to prevent the board from making progress. It was clear that you had no intention of working with the superintendent in a productive and professional manner. As board meetings resumed in person, you struggled to follow basic protocols to ensure the safety of the board and the public. I recognize the public has been especially rowdy, but your response of blaming the police for your missteps was unacceptable. I appreciate you getting things under control, but you allowed the public to place the blame on school police as though they were solely responsible for containing the public. When I attempted to meet with you to explain this, you avoided me and forced me to express my dissatisfaction in a public meeting instead, afterwards sarcastically thanking me for a presidential tutorial. You do not follow a positive example for social media usage. As a result, some members of the board will never be convinced to be more responsible in their own use of social media. You treat Twitter as if it's the customer service department. You tweet indignation over minor occurrences at the school level, leaving central service staff feeling deflated during a time when they are short-staffed and stressed. You solicit negative feedback to support your own point of view in an effort to overrule the superintendent on operational functions of the district. You make no effort to educate or support decisions or calm people down, which is one of your primary functions as the president. You attempted to have staff revise redistricting maps behind closed doors before the public even viewed existing maps. Regardless of who suggested it, I halted the efforts by explaining to the superintendent how problematic it was for an elected official to do this behind closed doors. You then accused me of interfering in the redistricting process after I demanded transparency. You blamed staff for their perceived lack of coordination, but you also failed to bring an item to the full board to explain how redistricting would occur so we could be prepared to address the predictable challenges. Recently, information from a closed session was leaked. When I asked how you were planning to address it, you said you would take care of it. I am not aware of any actions you undertook to ensure confidentiality moving forward. I have requested numerous agenda items with no movement from you. And as soon as Trustee Ford requested an item, you prioritized it, made sure it was on the very next agenda. The item was a mid-year evaluation for the superintendent, which was being requested in September. You have remained woefully behind on every task that I handed to you. Numerous staff members have confidentially numerous staff members.
I'm sure that Trustee Brooks is wrapping up very rapidly. Please.
Numerous staff members confidentially have confided in me that when they have interacted with you, you have been unwilling to compromise. You circumvent processes and exclude key personnel in an effort to work in a silo shrouded in mystery. When you bring items forward, frequently no one knows where they came from. You bring items after the formal agenda review process has been completed outside of board policy, and in the instance of 3.02, you completely restructured the agenda to make sure the item was as much of a circus as humanly possible. You goes on to say you micromanage, but I think I covered that. The last thing is you refuse to take accountability for anything. You claim that you're a victim of retaliation, but the rest of us have actually witnessed some behaviors that are very problematic. This request was a last-ditch effort to get you to recognize the harm your leadership is causing and some of the concerns that we have expressed, which have gone completely unaddressed. Your request to remove the superintendent was a convenient distraction. A distraction that occurred after I have requested to meet with you on numerous occasions to address the many issues that I've had with your leadership and your abuse of the superintendent. The most recent request was a demand I made the day before you requested your item.
Trustee Brooks, we are running way over time.
I'm almost done.
Okay, please.
A similar thing occurred last summer when you requested an item after the superintendent and I asked to meet with you to express our concerns. There is a very clear documented pattern of your unwillingness to discuss our differences and move forward together. And I cannot wait for the treasure trove of the electronic records that prove absolutely every claim I'm making.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. That was quite I do not mean that to be funny. I'm just tired like all of you. I am still going to refrain from a statement. I think I am going to have to make it, but I would ask let's see, I do have Trustee Guzman. If Trustee Guzman would like to weigh in, I would like to make this statement. So I don't know if you'd like to weigh in first or let me make the statement.
If you would like to make the statement, go ahead.
Okay, I'll talk fast. Well, I don't know. I kind of feel like I've been taken to the woodshed or something like that, one of those old-fashioned things. I do not want to discount what Trustee Brooks said, because it is her right as a trustee, as a board member, to express her opinion. However, there are so many untruths in that, for which I do have proof. I was hoping that I would not have to go here. I do have other issues. I do have other issues with what she brought up, and that I'm going to choose not to go there, except in a very general sense, because I do not believe in doing what she just did. So I will not do that. However, I will go ahead and just state this statement, and then I will hope that maybe we can go forward, and if there is something that she considers proof, then we will go there. I believe that that is only fair. On January 6, 2020, as the CCSD Board of Trustees was concluding their new officer elections, all of us saw alarming images of people crashing through the gates, windows, and doors of our nation's capital. That day is now frequently, stop. Please, we let her talk. That day is now frequently referred to as the January 6th insurrectionist storming by domestic terrorists. As I was elected unanimously, if you are not quiet, you will be removed. As I was elected unanimously that morning by my peers, I never thought that as a school board president, as many school board presidents across the nation have found out, we never thought that we would be subjected on a lesser scale, on a local scale, to death threats, personal attacks on our families, and attempts to disrupt and shut down our business meetings, while still dealing with a terrifying pandemic that our children, our parents, and our educators were dealing with. Board presidents across the nation have had to deal with these attempted disruptors while trying hard to hear the pleas, and these are even, the ones that I don't agree with, they don't agree with me. Everybody's voice deserves to be heard. As you saw tonight, I made sure that even the people that I already knew ahead of time did not like me, and that would be speaking against me, I still felt that their voices needed to be heard. So when we are listening, when we're trying to listen to the pleas and concerns of parents, educators, and community about masks, vaccines, transportation, academic achievement, overcrowded classes, lack of services for our ELL children, our special needs children, substitute and driver shortages, educator shortages and resignations, toxic school climate and culture, mental health of both students and educators, and racism in our schools. We dealt with these challenges, and I'm proud to say that we have never had a meeting shut down or failed to complete the agenda, but much work remains to be done, as you saw tonight, starting with us. Regarding the many issues that I just cited, our educators and our parents and our community deserve much of the credit for everything that they did to get us through this pandemic. And this includes all our educators, from the support professionals all the way up to the top level administrators. I don't think this next sentence is probably necessary, but since it's part of this, I will state it. I wish to state to you that today we face the crisis of a divided board of trustees, one that has struggled to come to consensus on many important issues that directly or indirectly affect our students, educators, and community. As a result of this division, caused by many factors, I have no choice but to sadly but adamantly refute and deny as truth many of the statements that have been made in a letter released publicly by trustee Lola Brooks in support of an agenda item requesting that I be removed as board president. The fact that this item was added very soon after another agenda item concerning the superintendent's employment was disheartening. I'm not going to say that it wasn't. Such a blatant display of retaliation occurring during a time when many of our students and our educators are stating and reporting that intimidation and retaliation openly exists in our district is distressing. Our schools are not okay. Our kids are not all okay. Our educators are doing the best that they can, but we cannot have items like this that we treat as a brush fire when we have our whole district burning down around us. This is something that no longer can be ignored. We must address it. Other statements made by two other trustees who requested this item may be addressed at another time. I choose not to bring their letters because I just do not want to go to that. I just do not feel that it's not constructive. As a therapist, as a former mediator at family court, it is just not constructive. In closing, as board president, I have made mistakes. So I take issue with, maybe trustee Brooks did not watch my press conference, but I admitted several times I was asked very pointed questions that I need to be asked. I need to be accountable. We all need to be accountable. When all of you were addressing these issues, I thought about that. And I thought about, I can't ask other people to be accountable. I can't ask other people to be transparent if I am not going to be that. But I will take responsibility for the mistakes that I've made, and there have been mistakes. But I will not stand by while blatant lies are told about me that are absolutely not true. I've tried my best to place the interests of our students, educators, and community first because you are the ones who elected me. And they elected me to represent them, not the one single employee that the trustees supervise. That is not who elected me. It is my hope that after this, that we can get to a better place. Many of you said what needed to be said, and that's that you're tired. And I don't blame you. You're tired of seeing the bickering, the long meetings, and the circling around over and over and over again. I've had former students from both the university and from basic high school where I taught for 15 years. They've written to me and they've said, Miss C, if we would have acted like the people are acting in your meetings and on the board of trustees, excuse my verbiage, but I'm going to quote them. They said, you would have kicked our asses out of there so fast, our heads would have spun. And they are horrified. And we have children that were here tonight when they were seeing all of this that was going on. So thank you for being here today. Again, I appreciate all the kind comments. And I'm now going to go to Trustee Guzman, who has been very patient, and I believe that Trustee Ford is after her. I thank you. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Cavazos. There are a couple of things that have been said this evening, and I appreciate all of what has been said. I do want to correct something on the record that Trustee Cavazos did not address a concern that had to do with me, so I feel that I can state it. She absolutely moved very quickly and held a meeting with me and made sure, and we addressed the issue. And actually, you do know that because I don't attend specific meetings because she felt that it was inappropriate. So I feel that stating that she does not take the bull by the horns and actually go into action and try to address things is absolutely incorrect, at least with me. And every time that there is an issue, someone is accusing me of something, she investigates it and she wants to know what is happening. And I don't blame her I feel that President Cavazos has been extremely professional in her presidency and the way that she has handled things. And at this time, I would like to table this motion. Is that the appropriate way to do it?
No. If you receive a second, as we learned earlier, it is one of the I'll second it for you. Thank you. Madam President, then you call for the vote.
I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote, trustees. Thank you.
For clarification, this is the vote on the motion to table.
Yes. Yes, which takes precedence over previous. Yes.
I'm still in a queue though. Can I comment or does it have to go straight to the vote?
I believe that you can comment. We cannot go to her comment since we are calling for the question. Is that correct?
We're moving to table, which is not debatable.
All right. So then the previous motion by Trustee Garcia Morales.
She can make a statement after.
Right. Yeah, afterwards. And the one that was we start again. This gets a little confusing here. The previous motion made by Trustee Garcia Morales and seconded by Trustee Brooks to remove me as president has now been superseded, if I understand this correctly, and I'm proceeding correctly, that it is superseded by the motion to table this, and this is by Trustee Guzman and seconded by Trustee Brooks. So trustees, we will now vote on the motion to table this.
Don't table it. If you like Linda, don't table it, please.
I think that there is a little bit of confusion there, all right? Trustee, for the audience sake, can you state that? There was no, unlike the other previous motion, there was no date put on this, like to bring it back with the previous one, the superintendent, okay? So this is just to table.
Definitely.
All right, so I think that the question that I see flashing across my screen right now is that if it is tabled, it can be brought back?
Yes,
It has to be brought back by a member of the prevailing party, and then there has to be a vote by the board whether or not they will consider it.
Okay, all right. I want to make sure we clarified that for the vote. Trustee Guzman, is that what you still want to do?
No, table it. That's not fair. It is fair. She walked out. You threw her out. Threw her out.
She's gonna put the mask on.
We're trying to clarify this.
My understanding is that if I table it and I do not put a date on it, that if it prevails, only those who voted for it to be tabled could bring it back. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Could bring it back to see whether the board wants to consider it. Okay. And that would require a separate vote before you ever got to the merits.
Right. So that would mean that it would be tabled. It could be till next meeting, but it wouldn't be.
I want to make sure that there was some clarification on this. Tabling the vote is not the same thing as just taking the vote and it's done, okay? So this is why I have to go to the maker of the motion to make sure that that is her intent. At any time, a maker of the motion and the second can withdraw what they wanted, what they originally said. Is that correct, Ms. Miller? No, we have not voted already. Right, right.
Withdraw.
All right.
Withdraw. No. Resign.
All right, that passes. With Trustee Ford voting yes. Garcia Morales voting yes. Trustee Cepeda voting, oh, I lost it. I will tell you I voted no. I do have that memorized. So I wanted to read the rest of the votes here, or I will go ahead and just, here it is. So I was the only one that voted no. to table it. So I will not be one of the ones that is bringing this back. I will not be one of the ones bringing this back. It can only be brought back by somebody who voted yes. So here's the good news. That is done. That one is done for tonight, and we can move on. All right? Thank you, trustees, and I want to thank again the folks in the audience for the very kind comments and my support. Thank you. We're going to move on.
Linda, I'm Nick still.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Ford, please go ahead.
President Cavazos, sorry. Just a couple of quick comments. I really am going to be brief, I promise. I would have a lot more to say, but it's okay. First, a lot of the comments earlier were about me. I could try to defend myself, but I think that Trustee Brooks did a great job of showing what it's like to work with her for the last few years. It's the president's job to post the agenda, to run the meeting, and to do things within our policies like follow procedure when a trustee has a concern with another trustee. And so I will say to the record that many trustees have had concerns with me, and President Cavazos has asked me to address them, and I've met with her and Vice President Cepeda, and we've addressed it every single time. So there's even been items about it. I don't see where she hasn't been taking action. She's done a lot, at least regarding this single trustee. Another thing is that, none of what was said, I don't think any of what was said about the allegations against Trustee President Cavazos are true. Even if they were true, I don't think they constitute abuse. But stating publicly that somebody is abusive is slander. So that's my comments.
Amen.
Trustee Ford, are you good? All right. I have one additional comment to make, but this vote has been taken, and it's going to be very brief. I will say, I'm going to stick to what I said before about not going, I call it going into the weeds as far as allegations. But some of the statements that were made by Trustee Brooks, I will have further comments to make in the future having to do with faces and some of the things that happen behind the scenes there. I will have comments to make about redistricting and some of the things that happen behind backdoor deals. For those of you who don't know, the superintendent has no authority over redistricting, just the trustees. And I will also most definitively have some comments to make about the leaks and the allegations and who actually made those leaks. The only reason I'm not doing it now is because that information was given to me by staff that I absolutely will not throw under the bus. Only if they give me their permission. I was given this information on the premise that I would not throw anybody under the bus. And these are people all the way from support professionals, but most of them came from directors and all the way up. And they were terrified that something would happen, that they would lose their jobs. So I will address that in the future at a more appropriate time when we are not here so late. But those are, and I do want you to keep that in mind, that it has to do with faces, redistricting, and leaks to CCEA, for which one of my colleagues was blamed and was not guilty of. Thank you. We're now moving on to the consent agenda. We do not have any consent agenda items that have been pulled for separate discussion. I believe we do have some public comment, and so I'm going to go to that right now. Let's see. Susan Prophet? Wait a minute, no, that's 402. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so used to the 300s, yeah. Susan Prophet, then we have Darlene Anderson. Darlene, I have you with more than one. Darlene left?
I'll take her time.
Hold on just a moment, because we have some changes. Okay, 402, grant application, American Rescue Plan, Jamie Kevins. I'm sorry, are you on the consent agenda?
I'm on 402. You called my name.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I don't understand why this is even on there.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Susan.
Thank you, Susan Potter.
4.02 is for grant application. American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for homeless children and youth, United States Department of Education. I don't understand why this is on there, and the reason is because it wasn't sent in for a prior review by the Board of School Trustees due to the submission deadline, and this application was not submitted to funding in time. So you haven't reviewed it, and it must have been an oversight. Maybe Jara left you with a present. I don't know, but it doesn't make any sense to me that you're going to even address this when it hasn't been submitted for funding and reviewed, and we have not heard anything about it. So you need to get that information to us. I mean, that's common sense that you would do that first, right? Okay. And as far as the act itself, it states it's to discuss the possible action on authorization to implement the American Rescue Plan for homeless children and youth in the United States Department of Education to be provided with a service, let's see, it says here, wraparound services to enable homeless children and youth to attend school and participate in school activities, including face-to-face instruction. Okay, I don't understand why you got that in there when you haven't given our children face-to-face instruction for over a year, okay? So I think you need to start by getting this reviewed appropriately, and then, what?
No, I'm not waiting at you, folks, to please let you speak.
Oh, good. Do I get another 30 seconds for that?
Go ahead.
That's not fair.
Please go ahead.
Okay, well, you know what, I'd like to say something else. There's been a lot of deflecting up here, and there's been a lot of flame throwing up here, and we've witnessed a rather unprofessional board. And from my professional opinion, being an executive recruiter, I would replace at least 6 of the 7 of you sitting here. Well, you're not all sitting here now because you threw out Katie Williams because she would not comply with a mask that doesn't even work. It makes people sick. It made my husband sick, and now he's going in for a biopsy because he's been bleeding ever since he had the second shot.
Thank you. All right. We do have some other speakers here. Yes. Jamie Kevins. And after Jamie, please. After Jamie, we also have Sarah Conroe on more than
You cut me off for us, ladies. You are a nasty bitch just like you Your family's been over here insulting me all week. Yes, Jim, and I've got the proof.
Please remove this person.
You don't have to remove me. I'm happy to leave. And you need to be removed. I will remove you.
Please shut the door.
I'm actually leaving too because I have.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I see I have,
Please let her speak.
Some of you don't know I work with freshmen, I'm really impatient. But I do have 4 items, so does that grant me?
Yes.
I just wanted to update the resume for,
Thank you so much. I didn't mean to do that to you, sorry.
I do want to talk about 402 as well, completely opposite of whatever that just was.
I'm absolutely in favor of passing this application. It would provide for the hiring of social workers, which are so incredibly important for so many of our students. I want to take this time to mention that a CCSD student from Indian Springs, like Alexis mentioned earlier, is missing and in probable danger. Nomi Aranderas is one of thousands of CCS students who would benefit from the programs that this grant will establish, providing mental health, providing more social workers for our students who are most at risk. I cannot state emphatically enough how much our students deserve the best our society can offer them. Bringing in people who are specifically trained to deal with the various traumas that our students deal with on the regular is one of the best things we could offer our collective student body. As someone who has had several unhoused students and other students in need of medical, dental, and mental health, this is only beneficial. My only concern comes from how we will hire and maintain social workers when the morale of employees in CCSD remains so low. Not only is it important to hire staff that is understanding, we need to break the cycle of temporary people in our students' lives. That includes bettering the lives and situations of our staff as well. So I want to see this passed, but I want to make sure that we do it right. That when we provide this for the students, that it's a permanent fixture. Next, 406 and 407 with the American Rescue Plan Act, the Emergency Relief Fund. Yes, absolutely pass this. Special education teachers are jewels in the educational crown, and they provide so much to our students with so little compensation. I see my colleagues who work in our special ed department at my school. They work tirelessly. They use so much for so little. This plan will provide monetary compensation to help alleviate the load of the teachers and allow to better accommodate the diverse needs of our special education community. More than 40,000 CCSD students would benefit from this. Honestly, if you disagree with Nicole. And the last one, 411, licensed personnel. I want to talk about the licensed personnel. Once again, we have 5 pages of teachers leaving for various reasons. Once again, I understand why. And once again, I'm feeling the pangs of both jealousy that they've left and a little bit of guilt that I've considered it as well. I think you figured out by now that I'm in it for the kids. But we also need to consider our staff. I want to address the current health insurance issues that continue to plague our teachers, causing some to leave the district and even more to be sent to collections through no fault of their own. As a type 1 diabetic, my insulin was once again denied by the insurance.
No, you still have our time, sir.
So my insulin was once again denied by the insurance because they don't cover the amounts requested. I went through this last month and the month before and the month before, and while you have sycophants who praise teachers' office no matter what, the house is on fire. There's no reason that our health insurance should be this crappy, that we should be fighting every month. Some of us are fighting every month. Insulin is not negotiable. Like it's not. Like I don't even know. I don't even have the words anymore to adequately convey how frustrating that is. We know there's $42 million missing. It's time for competent leadership with that trust, and it's way past time for a forensic audit to see where that money is going and why our teachers are suffering. I've been diabetic for more than half my life and received better care when I was a college student on Medicaid. I work my ass off for this district, and it shows, but it's clear that the appreciation is not reciprocated in the form of basic decency of quality health insurance. Our teachers deserve better, and those who keep their rose-tinted glasses on need to touch some more grass and get in program because it is not sustainable. You're going to keep seeing 5, 6, 7, 8 pages of teachers leaving. And you'll see one more time for the anti-racism policy and my comments. We'll be at 3 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Rinsky. Sarah Conroe? I believe, Sarah, I believe you have 2 items, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Good. I'm maybe not
It's been a long time.
Yeah.